Hello, you guys. How you feeling, kiddo?
I'm okay.
You
I'm
feeling okay?
I'm feeling better. Not 100%, but I'm feeling better.
Why can't I hear you, Holly?
Turn up your volume. Greg, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Turn up your volume, Nick.
Mute.
Pump up the volume,
Can't
Nick.
hear Holly.
Pump up the
And I
volume.
can't hear Greg. So I'm wondering what my problem is.
Turn up the volume on your computer.
Is there a volume somewhere? Yeah, I'll put this on. Because I can.
Go down to this. Is that it? Yep. Click it. Go to this other little dot there. There should be to the left. There. One of those should be volume. Right there, that one.
Oh, that's my fault.
Yep.
I turned it
There
down.
you go.
Now you can hear me? I can hear you?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. How you feeling?
I'm feeling better. I'm definitely not 100%, but better.
Good. Hi, Yanni.
Hi there. How's everyone doing?
Everybody's doing great so far. Hello, Lo. How you doing?
Me? Oh, I'm
Yeah,
great.
you.
I'm great.
Good.
Hey, you know, I'm thinking that the copper levels that are in the river
Yes.
are affecting the size of the fish. In which case, I'm saying more copper, please.
Yeah, that means you've been catching some big ones.
Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have.
I'm jealous.
Well, you know, I'm thinking about that because this is a phenomenon, for me at least, just in the last 2 years. So I'm thinking maybe the elevated copper affects their pituitary gland or something and sets them off. Or maybe it's like steroids, right?
You catching any browns?
Yeah, but mostly giant rainbows.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's really a good indication of the health of the river.
Oh, I was down there yesterday afternoon, and the bugs were as thick as a blizzard. I
Oh,
mean,
good.
just
Good.
the air was filled with them.
Good. Holly, I got a application for the historical committee.
Yay.
So you're happening, and Mike Donahoe is a really smart individual that actually Yanni knows because he dealt with one of the historical houses in town. So I think that's a wonderful appointment for that committee.
Awesome. Great. Great news.
I'm surprised there's not more people interested in that they have that many vacancies.
Well,
Yeah, and this is Laverne. They never did get it going because when we started, we did the historical society, and then that switched over to the museum operations. And so we didn't actually have anybody do history things like we hope that this commission will do.
oh, I think they will, Laverne. I think you're going to end up being very happy.
Good.
We're
And
just
this
wait-
man is the True Blood House. So if you go by Sewage Street, the third on the left is a historic site, and that's that this man is doing, this Michael.
Mhm. We're just waiting for Trustee Miller, and then we'll start. Good evening, Counselor.
Hello. Sorry about the trouble for today. I didn't realize until literally a little bit ago that T-Mobile's had a nationwide outage all day for their cellular network. And so I've been affected by that. I have not received any phone calls, texts, anything today until a couple minutes ago.
Well,
Yeah.
do you think we should get started? All right. How would you like to proceed, Trustee Rogan?
Well, I would love it if Yanni could share her screen and walk us through this presentation. I think you'll find it interesting and you'll come away with an understanding the positive financial impact that the HPC can have on the town.
Yanni, the floor is yours.
Yanni, please introduce yourself and a little background, please. Thank you.
Sure. So for those of you who don't know me, my name is Yanni Jones. I work in the Community Development Department with Paul Glasgow as a historic preservationist and planner. I started working for the town back in the beginning of March, before we all turned into floating heads in boxes on computers. I've been working with Holly and Paul on this presentation for you all, just to give you a little bit of background on historic preservation and being part of a CLG. I'm going to try to figure out how to share my screen with you as well. Give me 1 second. Okay. Let's see if I can get this to work.
We can see it.
Can you see the presenter view or the actual, or like the actual presentation?
We see the presenter view.
Ooh, okay. Sorry, I have never shared a screen with a presentation before. Sorry to hold everybody up.
Yanni, please try the second icon from the right, that half the presentation. It looks like a screen.
Does that work?
Try that. There you go.
Yep.
There you go.
There you go.
Haha, okay. Well, like I said, I'm giving you a little bit of background today on historic preservation and certified local governments. Just so you have some background knowledge, and you'll have plenty of time at the end to ask me any questions if you need to. So before we get too far, I just wanted to give a tiny bit of information about what is historic preservation at all. So typically, historic preservation refers to the protection and recognition of the built environment or landscapes that are significant to our past. And this significance can be at a local, state, or national level, and it can pertain to important people in the past, or important events, or cultural or historic patterns. It can do with historic architecture or building techniques, or even archaeology. So the kinds of properties that are usually honored in this way, there are a bunch of different property types. So they could be a building like our Lions Depot building, which is on the National Register of Historic Places. It could be a collection of buildings that are related to each other, which is called a historic district, like our Sandstone Buildings District in Lyons. It could be a structure like our North Ring Bridge and several other different types of properties. Sometimes the definition is expanded to include something called intangible heritage as well. And these are things that are not easily physically embodied. So this could be something like a dance or a kind of music, or even a business that is really important to a community. One interesting example that came up recently, France has asked UNESCO to honor a part of its intangible heritage, which is the method of making baguettes, which is kind of interesting. We'll see if that gets placed as a World Heritage, intangible heritage. That will be interesting in the future. But when communities think about historic preservation and what to designate, you really need to be asking yourself, what should we preserve to celebrate, but also what should we preserve so we never forget it? We want to be looking at both the good and the bad. It would be dishonest to only look at the good stuff in our community. So historic preservation folds into the larger goals of the Sustainability Action Plan, as well as the Economic Vitality Plan and Comprehensive Plan. There are a lot of benefits to historic preservation, so I'm going to go over several of those for you, starting with environmental sustainability. It's not really surprising that historic preservation, that movement arose during the environmentalist movement in America, because historic preservation is just a natural partner to sustainability. And a lot of that has to do with the concept of embodied energy. Embodied energy is the total sum of energy that a building or a product consumes over its entire life cycle, not just during the time it's being used. So that means from resource extraction to the production of a product, to the transportation of the product, to the building of the building, if it's a building, to finally that tiny sliver of energy that is use, and then maybe eventually demolition. So there's this saying in the historic preservation community that the greenest building is the one that's already built. And this is because it would take a new energy efficient building at least 65 years to recoup the energy lost in the demolition of a historic building. And sort of related to that, historic buildings are typically usually energy efficient, just in their design. So we have all these new engineered materials that are designed to be energy efficient and saving in that way. But designers and architects, builders, they had to use creative techniques to get similar results for comfort in the past. Such as using passive solar techniques or like balloon framing of buildings. So a lot of historic buildings are just naturally energy efficient. And furthermore, there are ways that we can rehab historic buildings to make them even more energy efficient without sacrificing their character defining architectural features. There's also this myth that's out there that you can't do anything to a historic building if it's designated, and that is just simply not true. So when a developer comes in and they have an idea for a business, they don't necessarily need to construct a whole new building. There are ways that historic building could be adaptively reused to accommodate that use. We call this historic rehabilitation. And that means preserving the exterior appearance of a building to convey that historic significance physically, but also making sure that the building remains useful to everybody in the present, including its new property owners as those change over time. Historic preservation is also related to social sustainability as it pertains to equity and like a sense of community togetherness. When people talk about historic preservation, we often use the term sense of place, which is sort of an interesting term that essentially means the feeling that you get in a place that gives it its unique character. It's the sum of its built and natural environment that makes a place special. And so when a place has a strong sense of place, it usually correlates to a strong sense of community, as people are able to take pride in the place that they live. And that contributes to a sense of belonging and togetherness in the community. And related to this, when we practice historic preservation, we choose which places to designate and to emphasize their heritage, we can make sure that we're being inclusive in those selections as well. Because when we choose to designate something, we're essentially conveying to ourselves and to visitors who we are and the stories that make up our past and who we are in the present. So making sure that we have inclusive representation in our designated building stock sort of makes sure that everyone is included in our story that we tell. So in addition to all those benefits, there are also some very real economic benefits of historic preservation. So firstly, the property values of historic buildings tend to increase at a higher or a faster rate than non-historic designated buildings. Historic buildings usually also have a greater market resiliency than non-designated buildings. So this means that when the economy is doing well, they appreciate at a faster value. And when the economy is not doing well, they usually are not as badly affected by that downturn in the market. We have a really cool historic downtown with a lot of opportunity for it in Lyons. And so this next point is incredibly relevant to us. Historic downtown revenues are outpacing shopping centers across the nation. So there is a lot of opportunity for economic growth related to the historic downtown. The creative class is generally accepted by economists as the drivers of the modern economy. So this includes people like IT workers or engineers or artists. And there's this trend that studies have shown that the creative class is attracted to both living and working in historic buildings. So that's something to keep in mind as well. And kind of like we talked about before, adaptive reuse is a very real option for historic buildings, and it almost always costs less for a developer to rehabilitate and adaptively reuse an existing historic building than to demo it and do a whole new construction. And there's some really creative ways that people have done this in the past. For example, there is a feed and grain building in Loveland that is now currently used as a artist studio and gallery space, which is pretty neat. Or there is a historic school in Fort Collins that is being used as an office building. I think I read that they're doing a barbecue shop in an old gas station, like a mid-century gas station up there too, which is pretty cool. So the last point I want to make about this is that all of this is not just true for the big cities, this is true for small towns too. Colorado Preservation Inc. did a study and they surveyed Manitou Springs, and they found over a 25-year period that the property values, or the median, I should say, the median price of single-family residences in their historic district appreciated 120%, whereas the same sorts of residences outside of the historic district only appreciated 29%. So it's a really big difference. So in addition to those general economic benefits, the state and the federal governments offer some financial incentives for historic preservation projects. So I'm just going to kind of walk you through the overview of all of these, but something I wanted to emphasize is that some of these are only available for certified local governments, which we are not one yet, but we'll talk more about that in a second. So the first financial incentive that I want to talk about is the State Historical Fund grants. Those are funded by gambling taxes, and they're available to all municipalities across the state. They're grants up to, I believe it's $200,000, but it's being increased next year to $250,000. And those are for things like acquisition and development, survey, education, historic structural assessments, archaeological assessments, those kinds of things. These are matching grants. CLG grants, certified local government grants, however, those are not matching grants. Those are usually up to about $25,000. They're only available to certified local governments, and they're for things such as survey, for education or training, for commissioners, those kinds of things. The next incentive listed is the federal income tax credits for historic preservation. These are available only for income producing properties, historically designated income producing properties. This does include rentals, or if you use part of like a house for a business, that would qualify. This is a 20% tax credit, dollar for dollar, of your qualified rehab expenses. So this is a pretty great financial incentive. That means that like if you spent really bad at math right now. If you spend $1,000 on a project and it followed the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation, you would get $200 back in a tax credit, not a tax deduction, a tax credit. So what incentive that pairs very well with this, that is not currently available to us because we are not a certified local government, is the state income tax credits for historic preservation through the state of Colorado. This is a 20 to 35% tax credit, similar to that. It's not just available for commercial properties, it's also available for residential properties. And the kind of cool thing about this one is that if you do a project as a income producing property, you can actually sell the tax credits rather than taking them yourselves. There's like a market for doing that, and there are several different brokers that assist nonprofits and others with selling their tax credits. And you can usually get like 90% of the money back if you want to sell them, which is great because it means you get the money immediately rather than during tax season. The last financial incentive I wanted to mention, it's a little bit different. It's called CPACE. It's put on through the Colorado Energy Improvement District. It's a fairly new program. It allows you to get all of your funding in a loan up front if you can prove that your project gives any sort of energy savings. And the neat thing about this is that the repayment of these loans, it's usually a pretty low interest rate firstly, but the repayment also happens on your property taxes. So that means that if you sell your property, that payment goes with the property. You're not on the hook for it because usually these energy improvement projects don't see benefits until many years later. So that's sort of the thought behind them. And these loans have been used for a lot of historic preservation projects recently. So to access all of those lovely financial incentives like the state tax credits for historic preservation, you first need to be a certified local government. A certified local government is a local government certified by the State Historic Preservation Office, also called the SHPO or History Colorado here, to uphold the requirements of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. So getting this status, it gives you not only access to those special funding opportunities, but it also strengthens your relationship to the State Historic Preservation Office and gives you access to their expertise in things like, for example, we have a lot of sandstone buildings in Lyons. Those are notoriously hard to rehab correctly and repair correctly, but there are people with the State Historic Preservation Office who will be able to direct you to somebody who is an expert in that kind of work. So it's really an asset to have that connection. So to become a CLG, it's pretty straightforward. There's an application process, but many of the requirements are very achievable. And a lot of them are pretty administrative as well. But these are the big next steps that we should be considering. So the first thing is establishing an active historic preservation commission, and we are on our way. I heard from the mayor just now that we have two, or like almost two appointees, so that's great. The state requires 5 members for a historic preservation commission to meet the qualifications for a certified local government. And the next thing would be revamping our historic preservation ordinance. There is a little bit of inconsistency in the municipal code for our historic preservation ordinance, and there are just other ways that we could strengthen it. And having a historic preservation commission to inform that process is going to be really critical. Fortunately, History Colorado has written some model ordinances that have varying levels of strength on the part of the government and the commission that we could use to help inform that process too. I just put this in here in case you wanted some more info on the economic aspects of historic preservation. This is a website, or from a website called Preservation for a Change in Colorado. It is produced by Colorado Preservation Inc., which is a really well-known nonprofit in the state of Colorado that advocates for historic preservation. And so they do have a lot of technical studies and economic reports on their website that I encourage you to check out if you're curious. And that concludes my presentation.
Are there any questions for Yanni?
Yeah, I have one, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Yanni, thank you very much for that. You're preaching to the choir here. I love that phrase, the greenest building is the one already built. It just strikes me as total lack of common sense when I see relatively new buildings being torn down just because they don't happen to meet not the standards, but the people's concept of what looks good today. I guess what I have questions about is, you're talking about historic preservation and you're talking about the town becoming certified. Are you suggesting that the town would become owners or landlords of historic buildings, or are we just dealing with the buildings that the town currently owns?
That's a good question. So when we become a certified local government, it's a sort of just a status that we're registered with the state. And it essentially tells the state that we promise to uphold the National Preservation Act of 1966. And that means that we'll have an ordinance. It means that we'll survey our historic buildings in town, not just the town-owned ones, but all of the buildings in town. And it means that we will have a commission that deals with historic preservation related items, and that will provide education opportunities for the public. So essentially this means that the town will have a local register of historic properties. So a property owner with a historic building would nominate their building for designation because they think that it is an excellent example of architecture, or it's associated with something really important in Lyons history. And then that would come before the commission as a presentation. And then the commission would either decide to designate or not designate that building based on the evidence. And then if they decide to recommend to city council that they designate this building, or excuse me, to the board of trustees, then it would go, and they approved it, it would go onto our local register of historic places, and it would become protected in such a way that our ordinance dictated.
So would the incentive for an owner to seek designation of his property as historic be those tax credits that you just explained? Would that be
exactly.
Okay.
So in addition to, so there's of course just the prestige of having a designation on your property, which is great. There's that, like, the sense of contributing to the community, preserving an important piece of our built environment, and then also making the history of that building available for people through the designation process, like, because there would have to be significant research done on this building that would then become public information. And then, yes, there are lots of economic reasons why somebody would want to designate their building.
And just the final question I have is, would the town be designating buildings on their own? You see what I'm driving at? Or, I mean, we're starting to tread a thin line here on the rights of property owners. If we were to say, for example, that the Fork is a historic building without the owner designating it as such, we're basically saying you can't do anything to this unless it's within the parameters of our historic designation.
I think I kind of get what you're getting at. So usually it's the historic preservation ordinance that sort of governs what somebody can or cannot do from a town perspective. But the Secretary of the Interior's standards for the treatment of historic buildings is what sort of informs what the Historic Preservation Commission would evaluate changes to a historic building from. So the Secretary of the Interior and the National Park Service, they put out a lot of information and guidance that sort of says these are the best practices when you're making changes to a historic building.
To Trustee Wolf, I may also address your question. I do have some background on this. I did Littleton's Historic Preservation District commission for a while. And at least in Littleton, there was an initial designation of properties for along the historic downtown corridor, where we created the district for the Littleton's Historic District. We created the standards that govern what you basically can and cannot do based on Secretary of Interior's guidelines. And then once that initial district was created, inclusion in that district was basically voluntary up to individual property owners whether they wish to join that district. And in addition to the incentives, we already talked about the tax incentives mostly, the city created additional incentives for people to join that district. Primarily in Littleton, that was parking. Littleton has an issue with not enough parking in the downtown area. And it was very hard for most new development to come in because they couldn't meet the parking standards, which basically required you to get off-street parking if you were to build a new development in the downtown corridor. And so if you were to join the historic district, we would waive most of that parking requirement. And so that was an additional economic incentive the city created on its own outside of any tax credits. And, there was other things too. It's been several years since I was in that role, so I can't remember all the different incentives, but you can create your own incentive to ensure voluntary compliance. And I'm not aware of any situation where we force anyone into a historic district against their will. The only one I can think of that may have been that case was the post office, and that was more of a government bureaucracy on the federal end where they were supportive of it. They couldn't get it through the postmaster general, so the city just went ahead and put them in the district anyways. That's the only one I can remember happening. But I mean, mostly it was a voluntary thing that people wanted to do because there were so many incentives to encourage you to do that.
And Brandon, to add on to that, that's sort of why the Historic Preservation Ordinance is so important, because when you're forming a district, usually the ordinance says like 80% of property owners in the proposed district boundary have to approve being part of the district before this can be approved or something like that. And it usually outlines those requirements in the ordinance. And the Historic Preservation Ordinance would also usually say something like designations can be proposed by 1, property owners, or 2, a non-consensual, as in the property owner doesn't want it to happen, designation can happen if X number of members of the public nominate the building. And then that's sort of like a contentious issue that would have to be hashed out by the HPC and the Board of Trustees. But that's not provided for in our ordinance as it currently stands. So that's sort of more of a future discussion.
Any further questions for Yanni? Trustee Wah?
Yeah, first of all, I'd like to say to Yanni and Trustee Rogan and Director Glasgow, great job on all the materials and the background. I really appreciate it. I guess my concern, as is typical, is very fiscal. I support historical preservation 100% when the business case closes. I'd like to understand the entire certification process for us to become a CLG, the time that takes, the amount of time staff would have to invest in order to get certified, and the cost and implementation of the third requirement, which is maintaining a system of survey and inventory for historic properties. Are we talking about, I think we often underestimate the amount of staff time that needs to be focused on these things. We consider that free. I don't consider that free. I consider it an opportunity cost that we could be working on something else. So I like what Attorney Dittman was saying in terms of we designate and incent people to join. I think that's a great way to do it. But I am a little bit more concerned about, how much does it cost to become a CLG, and how much time and investment does that require of town staff? And is there a maintenance of that certification after the initial designation?
That's a great question, Kenyon. And I actually have a slide that speaks to this that I did not show you, but I can, if I can figure out how to share my screen again. So the
what I was saying about preparation, I appreciate it.
The application to become a CLG itself, I would say it's pretty low cost. It just requires like a letter from the mayor saying that we meet all the requirements. Here it is. Like I said, a letter from the mayor saying that we fulfill the requirements. Just info about the staff who would be responsible for ensuring that we maintain our CLG status appropriately. We have to have the historic preservation ordinance. We have to give them a map or inventory of all of our designated historic properties, which we actually don't have any locally designated, so that would be very easy. And a list of our Historic Preservation Commission members and their qualifications, an example of a public notice from them, a notice to an applicant, and an example of minutes. So these are all sorts of things that we would naturally produce, or just sort of administrative items that would be very easy to produce. After we submit this application package to the State Historic Preservation Office, they have 45 working days to respond to us, saying that either this is not sufficient, give us more information, or this looks good. We'll sign a CLG agreement, and we'll forward this on to the Secretary of the Interior and the National Park Service. And then the National Park Service / the Secretary of the Interior has 15 working days to approve or give other feedback. And so can be a relatively quick process. I think that where we're going to be spending most of our time is hashing out the historic preservation ordinance, because we want that to look how we really want it to look, because that will really govern how historic preservation operates in town. So like I said, there might be a bit of commission time spent on this, but not necessarily an exorbitant amount. And there aren't any real costs other than time for the becoming a CLG part. To remain a CLG, on the right side, we have to enforce the Historic Preservation Ordinance, which is pretty straightforward. We have to have a certain number of Historic Preservation Commission meetings a year and submit a report to the State Historic Preservation Office. And we also have to provide some kind of training to HPC members. And that requirement's pretty easy to meet too, because the State Historic Preservation Office has a portal of trainings that count toward this for HPC members. So that's a great resource that they provide to us. The third point here that you're concerned about most, Kenyon, the survey. There are several different grants available to help support survey in town. So that includes the Certified Local Government Grants, which are non-matching, up to $25,000, and the State Historic Fund grants, which can go up to $200,000, but usually don't. And those are matching 25%, I believe. But so there are opportunities to get funding to finance the survey requirement of being a CLG. And in my experience, the State Historic Preservation Office is pretty understanding. So if we show that we're working toward these things, they're not going to just yank our CLG status or anything like that. They go through the process of helping you try to get back on track. And the last thing is we need to provide opportunities for public participation in historic preservation. And that can be as simple as making sure our HPC meetings are well noticed, or working with the museum to make historic preservation related materials for distribution at the museum, or like promoting the walking tour for our sandstone buildings district and things like that. So that's pretty achievable as well. I do think that some of these things will require a bit of staff time, but I am an expert in historic preservation, so I feel like I'm well equipped to be efficient in achieving these requirements.
Great, thank you. And I just follow up with that. So I mean, this all looks good, and it looks simple, and it looks like it's not going to be that expensive. Writing an ordinance, writing a grant request, and staff time, I would estimate this to be around somewhere between $12,000 and $20,000 in staff time, writing an ordinance, and just accordingly. So I just would like us to understand that. I think there's a lot that needs to happen. And, you know, with the kind of budget concerns that we're looking at, I think we just need to keep that in mind. I'm not against this at all. I think it has a good return, but $20,000 potentially is $20,000 that could be put somewhere else. So I just leave that out there, and I appreciate again the thoroughness of the presentation. But I just need that to be said in terms of we can't calculate an ROI if we don't know what the I is. So.
Right. That's a good point, Kenyon. And sort of to reiterate something that I brought up earlier regarding the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the History Colorado, our state historic preservation office, has tried to make this process really easy for municipalities seeking DLG status. So they've written model ordinances that we could, like local governments can adjust to fit our needs. And they have 3 different levels of them as well. So there's one that is really basic sort of restrictions related to historic preservation and the functions of the commission. There's one that is sort of a middling ground, and there's one that's much more strict and deals more severely with things like demolition and design review and things like that. So we do have a leg up there, at least in our time spent.
Yanni, I'd like to thank you for a very in-depth and professional presentation. We're going to move on because we're going to try to stay on schedule. And any trustee or the mayor can obviously communicate with you further at any time if they need any other information. Thank you very, very much.
Yes, this is Laverne. And
Laverne,
Thank you.
Laverne, excuse me.
and I talked.
And I'm sorry, Laverne, but we do not allow public comment.
Oh, you don't?
No, I'm sorry, Laverne. Okay.
Mayor Angelo, before we move on, I just would like to reiterate that Yanni's position was new this year for the purpose of trying to get historic preservation going here in town. And both she and I have belonged to communities that have gone through this process of becoming a certified local government. So I think in regard to streamlining the process, I think we have a couple people that have been through it and learned from that, and hopefully could make this happen fairly smoothly. And the time committed by staff would certainly cover itself with just one building if we could get it improved.
And that indeed is the impression I got from Yanni's presentation. So thank you very much again, Yanni. I think we all appreciate your presentation. Okay, let's move on. Counselor?
You're muted, Brandon.
Thank you, Trustee Waugh, for letting me know. So as I was just saying, thank you, Mary Angelo, for recognizing me. Glad we can finally get to this code edit. It's been a long time coming, given all the other things we have going on in town. I did send out to the entire board my red line. Hopefully you all received that. I understand that it did not get uploaded with the agenda. And so hopefully everyone has a copy of this to have the chance to look it over prior to this workshop. But essentially, what brought this up was the town's experience with the summit application and, some of the questions that arose during that process. This is a section of the code that had not been utilized, at least not very extensively in the past. And so there's a lot of questions that arose during that process. And so what I did was I researched various other municipalities to see how they did this process, including jurisdictions like Erie, Windsor, Loveland, of course, Littleton's. I'm familiar with that process. Longmont, Golden, various other people. And what I discovered is that communities were pretty split on how exactly they ran this process. Some communities ran it through their board of trustees or their city council, and some did run it through their planning commission, similar to how Lyons had done in the past with the PCDC. But really the intent here was to do various cleanup of this code and also to change the process from being a process really run by the Planning and Community Development Commission to one that was run by the Board of Trustees at their option. And so, and Trustee Mayor Pro Tim Browning had sent me numerous feedback he had on this code edit, so I thank him for that. That he recognized while he was a PCDC commissioner. And so at this time, just going to walk through this, and if anyone has any feedback or any comment on this, I'd be happy to listen to that. The nice thing is that this is a workshop, and so we can make those changes now. We don't have a first reading tonight, so we can tweak this quite considerably before it comes to first reading. So happy to take any and all feedback you have at this time as we walk through it. So with that, I'll kind of I have it shared on my screen right now. Everyone can see that, I assume. We can kind of walk through the major parts. There's a lot of, as I said, just general cleanup of this. Just some definitional issues, making it clear that, that there must be compliance to the entire municipal code, not just this section, as we go through the site plan development plan review process. And we're really maintaining the existing dichotomy between the site plan and development plan. The site plan is for minor modifications, more or less, and there are administrative processes that do not run through the Board of Trustees or through the PCDC. There is an appeal process that you'll see later where if someone receives an adverse decision, an applicant receives an adverse decision as part of the site plan, they can appeal that to the BOT, but mostly it's an administrative driven process. The development plan process is a process that is quasi-judicial in nature. It's for a larger, more intensive development, such as multi-family housing development. And that's kind of being preserved in this code edit, but there's a number of changes being done as just kind of a cleanup, which is what you really see here. And, and you'll see starting off up here in B, but also down here in 6, is making it clear that this is now a BOT process, not a PCDC process in terms of the final decision. Let's get down to the meat. There was some additional cleanup as to what sort of consultants and employees the town can get cost reimbursed for. So that was one change. Not really changing the intent at all, just being more clear that there are people like the utilities director and other outside consultants, which the town may charge development fees for, not just what had been listed previously. So, one thing that was not in the previous code, but, we had followed as part of the previous processes was that a site plan or development plan goes, the agreement itself, if required, goes through the Board of Trustees. And that's because that agreement is a contract. And so it's natural for it to go to before the Board of Trustees. But for the benefit of applicants and future boards and commissions, it made sense to make it clear that that is the process that the town intends to follow. Because that was a question at one point in time, what exactly, who would be the reviewing entity for the development plan agreement. So that's just in this code now explicitly. Another thing too, that was a point of feedback during the summit process was a review by advisory boards and commissions as part of the referral agency process. Referral agencies are elsewhere in the code defined, but want to make it very clear that that also includes any applicable advisory boards and commissions. So we put that in there for future reference. And so here's really the meat of the changes that were made, which is it's essentially defining the roles of both the PCDC and the Board of Trustees in reviewing a development plan. And so, previously, as I had mentioned, the PCDC was really the lead agency on reviewing these plans. We've kind of flipped that around and make it to the Board of Trustees as the lead agency, and the PCDC is simply a recommending piece of the process. And so, as you can see with the PCDC edits, they're now making a recommendation at a public hearing to the Board of Trustees on whether a development plan should be approved, conditionally approved, or denied. And the final action is being taken by the Board of Trustees. And the process for that is the schedule a public hearing is scheduled. The Board of Trustees reviews the development plan, including all referral agency comments, public comment, and recommendations of the PCDC. We hold a public hearing on the PCD's recommendation, and we can approve, conditionally approve, or deny a development plan based on the applicable review criteria, which are not being changed as part of this process. And that is the final decision of the town. There is no other appeals at that point. That whatever the decision of the Board of Trustees is the final decision. It may be appealable to a district court under the Colorado Rule of Civil Procedure 106, but there is no more town process at that point. And that's different, of course, from the current process, which the BOT is having an appeal, piece of this process. So just, making it much clearer as to what the rules of everyone are. One thing I did add that I'd heard feedback from staff is that, not all cases, would BOT review be necessary. The library, for example, was a pretty straightforward development. It didn't require intensive board oversight, at least in the planning. The development plan piece of it was the feedback I received. And so I added in this section for the board's consideration where the Board of Trustees may, upon a recorded vote, waive its obligation to review the development plan. This is totally optional. It'd be in those cases where such review is not felt to be necessary. And when that would happen, the PCD recommendation would become the final decision of the town. So it basically gives the board an out from reviewing this if it doesn't feel its review is necessary. And so that's one addition that was made that we had not previously discussed concerning this process. And then, of course, we're preserving the piece of this that the town had in the code before, where if a decision is to deny a development plan, that developer was basically kept out from submitting the same submission or one that's substantially the same for a year, unless the BOT decides by written approval essentially to allow that to come back. And so this, as I said, really is kind of the meat of what is being changed, is flipping around that process. And so before we move on, if anyone has any questions concerning this part, I'd be happy to take those. Hearing none, I'll go ahead and move on. And so, this is the appeal process that currently exists in the code. And I cleaned up some definitions, but we took out that development plan appeal process because it's no longer necessary, because the Board of Trustees is now the final approval authority. There's no need for an appeal. So that piece comes out entirely. Also, one thing that was very strange that we learned during the summit process is that, currently the Board of Trustees can appeal, whether that be a development plan appeal or a site plan appeal. And it's just kind of an awkward situation when the board is both the appellant and the decider. And so I think it just makes sense for, the board to be taken out of that equation. I think it does create potentially a conflict of interest. You can't be both the judge and, the plaintiff in a case. And so I just, took out the Board of Trustees kind of out of that appeal process. It doesn't really make sense to include staff because staff is the one making the initial decisions. And so, and now the Board of Trustees is the final decision maker. And so there's really no need for the BOT, in my opinion, to be a party of interest which can appeal a decision. Finally, I created a lot more standards around the approval of appeals and how those are being conducted. This is only for site plans now, but we learned during the summit process that there was not a lot of clarity behind what exactly the standard of review was for the Board of Trustees when conducting an appeal. And so I greatly expanded upon this process, basically saying, that we're looking at the appropriateness of the administrative decision, and then we're gonna have a written record. And one thing I thought was problematic during the summit appeal process is, it makes a lot of, these standards make sense for a decision, administrative decision, really interpretations. But, the development goals and objective piece of this is really subjective and doesn't really lend itself to a technical appeal of a meaning concerning a site plan. So I took that piece out. And of course, I'm happy to look at that as well. Finally, just lots of standards around development plan review and how that's going to be done. Making absolutely clear that the decision of the Board of Trustees is de novo. And what that means in legalese is that we don't need to give any discretion to the recommendation of the board of the PCDC. The board can give as much or as little discretion to that recommendation as it wants. There's no deference given to what the PCDC says, which was an issue in the summit appeal. That's something that was not clear based on the existing code. Also making clear that it is a quasi-judicial public hearing and putting down a process. There was numerous questions about process during the summit saga. And so we were just laying out, this is how it's going to happen. Presentations by staff, presentations by the applicant, public comment, of course, both written and oral. And then all that stuff makes, is the body of evidence which the board reviews in making a decision. And once again, it's reiterating, even though we said it's de novo, just to make it clear that we don't have to give deference to the recommendation of the PCDC, and that the basis for review is looking at all the available review criteria that's up in 161740. And then finally, I think it's just good practice to have a written decision when you do one of these land use decisions that could be subject to appeal at district court, and so I'm just memorializing that in the code that we will do a written decision that will include findings of fact. Basically, the board will describe why it came to its decision. And so finally, the last little piece of change I made in this code, and this is something I didn't spend a ton of time on, so I'm happy to hear more on, is the location extent review process. As you know, there's been some questions recently about when location extent review is necessary and what is the process for waiving that review. And so I just added a sentence in at the end saying the Board of Trustees may waive the location extent review by resolution, finding such a review is not necessary, which is exactly what we did the last board meeting concerning the McConnell bridges. And just memorializing that in the code, that is the correct process, because right now, there's this part 3 which says we can waive it, but there's nothing in the code concerning what the process is. So just adding that last sentence in. And so that's really the extent of my code edit. It's really trying to clean up the process and make it clear for everyone as to how the development plan review process should work. And if anyone has any questions or feedback, I'd be happy to answer those at this time.
Trustee Caravas, since you brought this forward as an agenda item and therefore it's a workshop, what is your opinion of our new proposal, sir?
What I've been able to see of it, I didn't get or see Brandon's copy come across yet today, so this is my first glance at it
Okay.
as I'm looking at my screen. But from what I can see, it does close the gaps that I have my biggest concerns about. So that's where I'm at this point. I think it's Brandon's deep dive into it was pretty well, did a pretty good job, and I kind of like what I'm seeing so far. I just need to review it more.
Yeah, and I apologize for not being not included.
No, I understand. It's all right.
Any other comments?
Yes, I have one, Mayor.
Go ahead, Trustee Lowe.
So I'm going to play stupid here, and I'm hoping a simple answer to a simple question will suffice. So we've had any number of subdivisions and developments in town. Are we saying that none of those previous subdivisions or developments ever went before the Board of Trustees?
So there's a different process for the creation of a subdivision versus a development plan. They usually do coincide, but not always. But my understanding is, and granted, I've only been the town attorney for a couple of years, is that the town has not employed this existing process very often, with the exception of the library. And that could be because it's a newer edition of the code. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe Paul Glasgow has a background on that. But the code does lay out, the applicability of this section, and it does only apply to certain types of developments, including multifamily housing. And again, we'll scroll back up so we can see that. So that could be part of the reason why it has not been used in the past, to the extent that one may have thought.
My understanding is this was adopted in 2013, around the time of the flood.
I can tell you to answer your question succinctly, Trustee Lowell, the answer is no. The process of all the subdivisions that I was involved in, Eagle Canyon, Stone Canyon, and LVP, were all brought before the Board of Trustees.
Yes, the PUD's subdivisions, rezoning all has to go before the Board of Trustees because they're ordinances, whereas the development plan itself is not an ordinance. They were adopted through resolution, and so there was never a requirement to bring it to the board.
So yeah, as I mentioned earlier, there's different processes for creation of a subdivision and a development plan. So in the past, there was approval for the creation of that subdivision, but there was no development plan process until 2013, which is when this went into effect. But as you saw at Summit, you can have an existing subdivision undergo commercial development, which requires a development plan, but not a subdivision, kind of the reverse process. And so this kind of closes that gap where the BOT would see redevelopment of an existing subdivision, so long as it meets the criteria I have up on screen, whereas in the past it would not have.
Further questions for Counselor?
Mayor?
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, I just want to say, like Trustee Caravas said, I really just saw this draft for the first time, but from having been walked through it by the town attorney, it looks like this does address most of the things that came up, not only during the summit process, but as Attorney Dittman said, I was on the PCDC when the library proposal first came forward, and we all looked at this development plan review process after it was pointed out that it would apply to the new library, and we all started reading through it, and the reaction of most of the people, some of whom had been on the PCDC for years, was, we didn't know this was in there. And it had really never been used before the library. And as somebody said, that was kind of it was a non-commercial, different type of deal. But the summit approval process showed that this really did need some changes. That for major developments in town, it's entirely appropriate that the elected board of trustees, rather than the appointed PCDC, should have the final say so. And I think these changes accomplish that. And from my initial reading, it's good work on this draft.
And I apologize again that apparently the board of trustees did not get my email with these changes. I will send it after this workshop. If anybody has any feedback upon looking at the written draft, please feel free to send that to me at your own leisure. But I'll send that again to the board of trustees right after this workshop.
Any other further questions?
I guess I have a question for the board, and I realize you haven't had a chance to look at this, but you have dealt with the process recently, and that's concerning the location and extent review. Is the board just okay clarifying, that they can waive it, or is this something the board thinks needs a more major overhaul? I kind of looked at the state law concerning this issue, and the board's ability to restrict a lot of this stuff is pretty limited, is my understanding, especially with concern to utility property, which is part of what the existing code deals with. And so even if the board does undertake these processes as location extent review, which state law does permit the town to do, how much actual applicability that has in determining the final extent and location of the facility, if it is something that's controlled by a public utility or something that's controlled by a school board, is pretty limited, it appears. But I'm just curious if the board has any desire to do a major overhaul of this section, or think just clarifying the waiver process is sufficient at this time.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah, Brandon, if the location and extent review process is spelled out in state law, maybe just add a reference in that section. First reference to location extent review, say pursuant to CRS, whatever it is. That would at least clue somebody in to where to look for what that process is. The real problem here was there was just the statement of location and extent review with no explanation at all of what it was. And if the extent of that is set forth in state law, let's just reference the state law and leave it with that. I don't think we need to rewrite state statutes.
Yeah, and if you when I scroll down here to,
maybe it's in there.
It does reference the state law, and unfortunately the state law is not terribly helpful. Basically it says that that we are going to create a master plan. It really is going to be doing the PCDC, and that's going to show the location and extent of all of these different things, including public utilities, and that we shall have the ability to basically determine the location and extent of facilities pursuant to our master plan. And that's basically the end of it. But there's been judicial decisions where the Supreme Court and the Colorado PUC and other people have to try to determine what exactly that means, and the result is it doesn't mean much. It means that we can basically say where we think these things should go, but whether or not that actually stands up at the end of the day is doubtful. So
yeah, I think I read that provision once, and I think there have been some conflicts about municipal governments trying to restrict what school districts and counties and other agencies of government could do. And I think that, like you say, they've been fairly closely circumscribed in their powers, so they can't interfere with other government agencies. But because our powers are so limited there, rather than try to define our own location and extent review process, which would risk potentially conflicting with some of those court decisions and state statutes, let's just reference the state statute and let it go at that, would be my suggestion.
Thank you for that feedback.
Planner Glasgow, are you still on?
Yes, I am.
I was wondering when the process was changed, and maybe that's not the correct terminology, but when the approval process went to the PCDC, do you think that that was at the time that the Eastern Corridor regulations were implemented?
Yes, it was the same time where the CEC zoning was adopted. It was about 2013.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor Angelo, we can't hear you.
I'm sorry. If I can't see everybody on the screen, so if anybody wants to speak, they can unmute themselves and address council. If there are no further questions, I guess we can take a little more time off between the regular meeting. Thank you, council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Planner Glasgow.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate your time.
If everyone would turn off their microphones and video during this break, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
15-2020 to order. Madam Clerk, could we please have the roll call?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Present.
Trustee Caravas,
Present.
Trustee Lowell,
Here.
Trustee Miller,
Present.
Trustee Waugh,
Present.
and Trustee Rogan.
Present.
Please all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America,
and
and
to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
for all.
This is the time for all of us to observe a reflective moment of silence. Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
I'll second.
Do I have a second?
I
Mayor
second
Pro Tem? We have a motion and a second. Are there any, let's see, motions to amend? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I would like to amend the agenda to delete item Roman numeral 7.2, which is the Soul Smart Board presentation. And if my motion seconded, I'll explain why.
I'll second that for you.
The reason for this motion is that I've sat through several UEB meetings where they have discussed in some detail the current situation with respect to solar power under our contract with MEAN, the Municipal Energy Agency of Nebraska, and how the installation of new smart meters will affect the billing to solar and non-solar customers. Having heard that discussed about 3 times at the UEB meeting, I now, by people who know what they're talking about, I now understand maybe 75% of it. But I think if we're going to take up an agenda item that's going to encourage more solar power use, which in general is a good thing, that at least at the same time we discuss that, we ought to discuss what the current rate structure is and how the new meters, when they're installed, are going to affect that. So we have an overall understanding of how solar power will be billed to the town and collected from customers once the new meter system's in place. And so this is a fine thing for us to consider, but I think we ought to couple that with a presentation by the UEB on our overall solar power situation. Maybe Trustee Karavas can explain the details to us now.
Go ahead, sir.
What's that?
So maybe you, unless you want to explain all the details of how the solar power is billed now.
No, not really.
So anyway, if we take this off the agenda for tonight, it'll shorten the agenda and we can talk about it again when we get the UEB.
We have a motion and a second to amend the agenda as stated by Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Karavas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Any further amendments to the agenda? If not, there's a motion on the table to amend the agenda, excuse me, to approve the agenda as amended. Madam Clerk, could you call the roll?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Karavas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. This is audience business, an opportunity for the audience to address the Board of Trustees. We do have a second reading tonight on an ordinance that cannot be discussed under audience business, but any other subject can be brought before the Board of Trustees at this time. Is there anybody who wishes to address the Board of Trustees? Chris Cope.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you for your time. Chief J.J. Hoffman made a terrible mistake with a social media joke on a private page.
Mr. Cope, virally. Mr. Cope, can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. George Christian Cope, 340 Vasquez Road, Lyons. Okay. J.J. Hoffman made a terrible mistake with a social media joke on a private page. This spread virally through town and into the county. Someone modified his original joke to paint him as an overt racist, akin to the 1963 race riot in Birmingham, Alabama. Representative Jonathan Singer, running for county commissioner, spread this modified post to the Front Range. He also called for an NAACP investigation. This led to Chief Hoffman submitting his resignation and the fire board accepting it. The actions of Jonathan Singer and the fire board must be admonished by the Board of Trustees. The town of Lyons makes up the largest population in the fire district, and we have been placed in danger by the reckless behavior of a politician. The fire board should be admonished for not standing behind their chief and refusing his resignation. I have known Chief Hoffman since 2000, when I served with him here in Lyons as a firefighter for 4 years. He was an accomplished professional firefighter then, excelling in every aspect of the field, from structure fires and pumping operations to wildland fires to medical responses. He was the assistant chief to Bill Eliason, also a very strong firefighter and leader. What was lacking in Lyons was a unified leadership of a paid chief, rather than petty squabbles and divisions that occurred because of electing a chief every 2 years. When Chief Eliason lost to John Smith, he accepted a job as paid chief in hygiene, and JJ went with him. There, he further honed his skills in a more professionally run organization. Having one paid chief overseeing both paid firefighters and volunteers has proven far more successful and stable in nearby rural districts such as Pinewood Springs, Hygiene, Left Hand, and Boulder Rural. Lyons finally agreed to join the ranks of professionally run fire districts by appointing Hoffman its first paid chief. Since then, he has overseen the integration of more full-time professional firefighters along with our volunteers, allowing the station to be staffed 24/7. He has overseen the reconstruction of Station 2, destroyed by the flood, and revamped Station 1. He has brought higher training and equipment standards to the department and phased in more modern firefighting apparatuses. He guided us through the flood of 2013 and has ably guided us through the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic to this point. In short, he has turned the Lyons Fire Protection District into the modern department that our town needs and deserves. He was awarded a commendation for his many years of service just a few years ago. Chief J.J. Hoffman was and remains a hero. While his social media joke was a terrible mistake, he atoned for it by meeting face-to-face with the offended individual, admitting to and apologizing publicly for the mistake. The offended individual graciously accepted this, and the fire board initially stood behind him. This is when Representative Singer continued to apply pressure for his removal by spreading a false narrative with a viral smear campaign akin to doxing. Rather than bring people together to learn from their mistakes with education, he has decided to cancel the greatest emergency asset this community has ever had, just when we need him the most. While I realize that Representative Singer generated much goodwill in this community for his support after the flood of 2013, he has now set in motion a chain of events that will cost the town lives and put us all in greater danger. I would request that you meet as soon as possible and issue a statement which both acknowledges his mistake and your support of the Black Lives Matter movement, but also objects to the behavior of Representative Singer and the Lyons Fire Board. We cannot let a Boulder County politician meddle in town affairs and put us all at risk for his own gain. And we need a fire board who will staunchly defend our most qualified emergency responder. Representative Singer may continue to insist on an NAACP investigation. 9 News and CNN may roll into town and smear him and us, but his experience and value to the town outweighs this one transgression. We must stand up for him after all he has done for us. Please urge Chief Hoffman and the fire board to rescind the resignation and resume his duties as our most valuable guardian. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
Yes, this is Laverne Johnson.
Address, please.
They won't let me in my face, so 306 Evans, Lyons, Colorado.
Okay.
I'm with the Lyons Redstone Museum, and it's time for us to send out our annual brochure, which usually is promoting our good old days. And so this year we will be telling them, don't come, no good old days. But we are wondering if the board is thinking of having any of the concerts in the park. The school graduation is Saturday, July 25th. And if you're having the concerts in the park in July, we would like to have our history program during their break, which would be on Thursday, July 23rd. So we want to put that in our brochure, and we wondered what your stand is on that. And so if you let us know, we'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Johnson. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time?
I would.
Daniel?
Yes.
Name and address for the record, please.
This is Daniel Shaner. I live at 1018 4th Avenue. I also own the whole northwest side of Tank Hill. Apparently, as a result of placing a sign for Mayor Angelo on my property, I've attracted a lot of attention from your code enforcement officer during the quarantine. It appears that he had a different agenda from his second and third ultimatum letter than from the first one. And insofar as his third one was postmarked after you enjoined him to stop enforcement, I feel I'm being a target of this new ordinance that we're not supposed to talk about tonight. I would like to think that in 13 years of very biased enforcement on behalf of an absentee landlord who herself enjoyed 2 spectacular variants in the course of developing her property, I don't think I got much credit for the way I maintained the side of Tank Hill. For example, the sign in support of Mayor Angelo was 2 feet inside of the lot line. And I feel that your code enforcement officer has basically targeted me, and there was no complaint this time around. And I don't understand, well, the next statement goes into discussing the ordinance. I'm not going to cross over into that. Basically, I was told by Gary Cinnamon through to Bob Joseph that piece of town land they had designs for. There's a huge dead tree in the middle of it that I've been warning the town about for years and years. And I find it very curious that my property's being micromanaged as if I joined a homeowners association while I was fast asleep by the same individual who was himself fast asleep when somebody built a 35-foot tall outbuilding right next to the cemetery, and also didn't respond at all when I had somebody squatting on town land in front of my house for 2 days last September. If you think that you can arbitrarily assign me a fine and that'll be the end of it, I have to say you're insane. I've had 12 years to think about all the things I can do to the side of that hill that you don't have an ordinance against. His first 2 ultimatum letters could easily be interpreted as saying I'm supposed to pepper the side of that hill with 9x9 sheds. So that's where this stands. I have a problem with the whole agenda of paying somebody a salary to harass people who've been paying property taxes and utilities here since 1987 as well, but that's beside the point. Also, as currently constructed, is this individual supposed to be walking onto my land? That would be your code enforcement officer, Dale Van Wagner. That's the question for the supervisor of the board.
Are you done?
Yeah, I'm asking the board a question. Is that within the framework here?
No, we do not answer audience business. We can initiate an action item at the end of the meeting, but we do not have a conversation with audience business members.
Then I guess we're through here.
Thank you. Would anybody else wish to address the Board of Trustees at this time? Madam Administrator, do you see anybody? Okay, then we'll move on. Sergeant Bill Christ's report. Sergeant Christ.
Yes, sir. Good evening, everybody. I hope everybody can hear me okay. I seem to be having internet connections here where I'm stationed currently at home. And I missed most of the opening statement in audience business regarding Chief Hoffman. The bits and pieces I caught sounded like it was something very favorable. And I just wanted to point out that he will be sorely missed. And it was, in my opinion, quite the travesty in which he was forced to resign. My report, not a whole lot going on in town at this point in time. It has been busy. The warm weekend brought out people in droves. As always, the parks are busy, the river's busy. We did deal with some small minor complaints, and it looks like Trident Security is handling a lot of business, keeping up with the general park rules and whatnot. We have the speed trailer out on 2nd Avenue. I double checked that today. It's been out for about a week. We'll be moving that speed trailer around town, especially as it gets into the busier months. I really don't have a lot to report tonight. The sheriff's office is doing good with their staffing. We did have a jail deputy come down with a confirmed case of COVID-19. So we've been taking in a lot of the extra protocols within the jail to keep that system quarantined. For those that don't know, our arrest standards were modified by the sheriff. when this all started to try to keep that type of situation out of the jail. We're a little bit more restrictive on who we bring in, and a lot more. There's a lot more protocol within that. That's all I have tonight. Kind of a small report, but nothing really of anything consequence going on.
Are there any questions for Sergeant Christ? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I have a couple. The first is an update of one I asked a couple of meetings ago. Is it still the case that if the town decided it needed to hire or wanted to hire an additional sheriff's deputy for Saturday and Sunday duty due to the size of the crowds that we've had, do you think that there's still available deputies who would be willing to work that, particularly if it involves things like parking enforcement?
Yes.
Okay. And second, this is totally out of left field, but it's occurred to me during all of the other recent discussion of things. Does the Boulder County Sheriff's Office have a policy on no-knock search warrants?
Yes, and we generally do not do them.
Okay.
It's an extremely rare occurrence that we will do a no-knock. In fact, I'm a 16-year team leader on the Boulder County SWAT team. I can maybe count on one hand, one mission, one incident where we actually did a no-knock. Anytime we're going to serve a high-risk search warrant or arrest warrant on a residence like that, at minimum, it's a knock and announce and a contain and call out. We will basically perimeter up on a house and let them know that we're there, contain the situation, do a knock and announce, give people whatever we deem the appropriate amount of time is to get to the door based on the situation, the size of the house, things like that. Usually that's a minute or so. After that, an announcement is made clear that police are outside and we're going to gain entry. At that point, we'll do what's called a breach and hold. So we will enter into the house and just basically secure the front area, wherever that is, and continue to call people out of the house. That's about the extent of a no-knock in today's world.
That's good to know. I commend the department for that policy. It may have prevented incidents here that have unfortunately occurred elsewhere. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions for Sergeant Christ? Sergeant, we discussed this personally. Could you please, this is very emotional for me. Could you please tell us your opinion of what happened and what went wrong in Minneapolis, and now just a little while longer in Atlanta?
Yes, sir. So I don't know if I can speak 100% on Atlanta. I don't know some of the details. But as far as Minneapolis goes, the viewpoint of that from the sheriff's office, it is a complete travesty what happened to George Floyd. It was completely out of any policies and procedures that the Boulder County Sheriff's Office has. I think the bigger travesty on that also is the other three officers that were there and present not stepping in and doing something. This is something that we train regularly on. This is something that our officers, not the tactics, we don't train on that. What I'm talking about is intervening when another officer sees another officer using what they believe to be excessive force. I sit on a hiring panel for the Boulder County Sheriff's Office. It's part of my duties. We actually have a question on our oral board statements for new hires that really mirror that incident. And it is, what do you have to do both morally, ethically, to prevent something like that if you see another officer using excessive force, be it a equal officer of rank or a superior or your field training officer. And those questions are given to new hires. I can say that with the proposed police reform bills and stuff like that, it is a little scary for officers to lose some of the things that are in there, like immunity, qualified immunity and stuff like that, without getting too far into the details of the bill and the amendments. However, I will say this, that most of those changes that are being proposed and that have passed are already policies and procedures that have been in the Boulder County Sheriff's Office since I've been hired. We have never trained on chokeholds. Our use of force policy specifically states that when we use force and gain compliance, that force is to be ceased immediately. We practice these things on a regular basis. It is absolutely with a sad heart that a few bad officers have tainted the rest of the entire field of officers that are sworn to serve and protect the communities across this nation. The sheriff has said publicly before, and I'll quote him again, and this was particularly after the Ferguson incidences, where he came to the department and to all of us and said that 95% of the people out there are good people. They want us, they respect us, and need us. It is those 5-10% that are out there that get really loud and really vocal that the media continues to thrive on and spread that kind of issue. So it's very difficult for my guys and us to be out there wearing this uniform right now. It's interesting. I've always told people that if you really want to take a look and feel tension, throw on a police uniform or ride in a patrol car and drive around and patrol for a little bit, and you'll feel it, because you'll see it. We've been getting our own version of hate mail and discontent. I've been flipped off, countless times in the past couple of weeks. People have been throwing up their fists at me for nothing other than just being a police officer. So, I can only say with assurance that the policies and procedures of the Sheriff's Office do not condone or promote any of the actions that took place in Minneapolis, against Mr. Floyd. It's difficult being a police officer. It's difficult making snap decisions quickly and then being held accountable for days, weeks, months, and years after those type of situations. However, the Minneapolis one is just so unique and so blatant and so much of disregard for human life. And that is, we have 6 values in our value statement, and our very first one is we value human life regardless. It is just with sadness that this has gone on, and then this is where the Sheriff's Office stance is on it. So I would like to take this time to reassure people that our policies and procedures that are in place are very much under control. We are making some smaller changes, and mostly what's going on there with our legal advisor is we are just bringing in different pieces of our use of force policy and things like that under one. A lot of these things are just piecemeal together, but there's been some red line changes. But I can say that it's not anything new to us. We've been making these type of practices for a long time.
Thank you, Sergeant Christ. I know that was heartfelt. I know that you've experienced a tragic situation in Lyons that you were involved in, and I can't speak for the whole Board of Trustees, but come budget time, I don't feel that we'll be cutting your budget, sir, because in my eyes at least, you are a true hero. And gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I appreciate the support from everybody.
Next is trustee reports. We'll start with Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
First one item briefly that I would repeat from the last meeting. I think it's time that the curbside limb pickup go forward. I inquired about that last time, and we had another windstorm. The way I understand to follow the heavy snowstorm, and there's dead limbs piled up all over town. And the hotter and drier it gets, the bigger the fire hazard is, and the more unsightly they get. So it really request that the staff look into getting the curbside limb pickup done as soon as possible. Secondly, on trustee reports, the Parks and Recreation Commission met on It was last week sometime. um, uh, and they discussed a number of the issues going on with the park, some of which we contend with as well, of parking and enforcement on the weekends and that type of thing. They discussed some issues with regard to Bone Park. There have been problems with the fencing contractor on the ball fields, which has delayed the completion of those, which has delayed the completion of the overall park project, and meaning the skate park and everything can't really open up until the whole project is done. And so I think attention is being given to speeding up that process. There was discussion of a need in the coming year or so to update the 2008 Parks Plan and the 2014 plan that was done on the flood recovery plan. I think that may be coordinated along with the upcoming comp plan process. And let's see, the other thing they talked about was the ponds. They've decided to see what happens this year with regard to algae and so forth. They don't plan to install the aerators just yet, but let's see what happens in the second year is kind of what their decision was to do on that. So that's my report.
Excellent. Trustee Rogan.
You bet. Thanks. So the EVC and the HPC haven't met. I would like to report, though, that I was contacted by a resident regarding a code compliance issue. And so she let me know that her neighbors have been playing loud music 10 hours a day. And so she contacted code enforcement, who wrote them a letter. Didn't change their behavior, so she contacted code enforcement again. They told her to contact the sheriff. She didn't want to do that. Eventually she did, and an officer came by. They turned down the music for a couple hours and then lit off fireworks. So she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't feel like the code compliance is doing anything because they're flagrantly ignoring it, and even ignoring the sheriff, apparently. So I want to make the board aware of that. I assume that Sergeant Christ is hopefully still listening. I don't know what action I can take or what action we as a board can take, but I would like to know what the process is for when nuisances like that aren't dealt with by code enforcement. The other thing I'd like to cover is that I think most of you know I've been sick for almost a week now. And I did get a COVID-19 test on Thursday. It was negative, I'm happy to say. And I just want the board and everybody on this call who's listening to know that getting the test was really easy. Took about 45 minutes all told. I wouldn't call it fun, but it couldn't have been easier to do. I did it at NextCare in Longmont. It was drive up, in and out. So if you feel like you've been exposed, if you think you've been exposed or you don't feel well, I highly encourage getting testing. They told me that everybody's insurance is covering it. There was no cost. I didn't pay a penny. Finally, I want to report that I delivered about 100 disposable masks out of my personal stash to Oscar Blues, to the Dairy Bar, and to the Lion's Den. This was 2 weekends ago. Because people just aren't wearing masks in public. So they were super grateful for that. I would really like to know where we stand with procuring PPE to hand out to our businesses so that they can hand them out to their customers and keep everybody just a little bit safer. Thanks.
Thank you. Trustee Watt.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple of items. The PCDC met last week, and I believe the administrator's report will cover some of the discussion around Shady Acres. I think that was a good discussion, and it should be considered as affordable housing potentially, kind of privately developed. But we'll hear a little bit more about that. I think the PCDC was relieved to get direction from the Board of Trustees about the Apple Valley properties and kind of the decision to hold off on making any kind of decision for about a 2-year period. The comp planning and overview is going on. I personally believe that there is some concern amongst the Planning Commission about budgeting for this item. I know there's some grants that are available. There are matching grants and so forth. So I applaud the comp plan planning committee and the team that's doing that, because they're moving forward. There's plenty of options, but I just did want to make the board aware that I think not fear, but some concern about potential financing options as it relates to the plan. And then most importantly, I think the PCDC had some discussion at length about the perception of Chairman Oetting with regard to the Board of Trustees and how the comp plan worked together. So I think it was Mayor Pro Tem Browning that suggested that perhaps if the board would like to make changes to the comp plan, that they could make resolutions to do that. And you know, I think we all have an understanding of where the comp plan is and what our roles are with regard to that. But I think it would be very effective for the Board of Trustees and the PCDC to have some discussion about the role of the comp plan, the role of the board, and the role of implementing the recommendations and the outlines of the comp plan are. We have several new members to the community. I think a vast majority of actually the board members, the current board members, didn't even live in town the last time we wrote a comp plan, with yourself and myself excluded, Mayor Angelo. But I do believe that there should be some discussion about that. Lastly, for the COVID task force, and I appreciate Trustee Rogan's comments about PPE. I'd also like to get an update with regard to concerts that I believe Ms. Johnston brought up. We had talked about that several weeks ago, so I'd just like to get an update on that. And then I did mention at the last meeting, and I will follow up with Trustee Rogan, I think it's time to update and get some feedback from our businesses and follow up on our survey that we did approximately 4 weeks ago. I think businesses are settling into the new normal a little bit, but I think it's our responsibility to understand if there's anything else we could be doing and kind of get a pulse of what's the current attitudes towards businesses in town. So that concludes my report, and I thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Miller.
Yeah. I don't have too much. The LAHC met last Tuesday. I was not able to go because I had another meeting at the same time. But they did discuss the utility box next to the library. They're putting out applications for that for the creative outlets thing that they're doing to paint them, you know, the design. And they're still trying to figure out the whole art, the art thing, who's going to hang what when, and whether or not this COVID thing is ever going to let us be in public again for any gallery type things. So that being said, that's really all I have with that, except there was a question regarding the bridge. Somebody was wanting to do the bridge, the Second Avenue Bridge, and you know, have kids do art on it or whatever before it got torn down. And they were kind of wondering if that was a possibility for something community building to do. For the kids to have something to do in a summertime of not much. That and the Tank Hill, the tank on Tank Hill, there's been some questions about that and whether there could be some art placed on that and on the wall that's on kind of the edge of Reese Street. So those are all questions that they kind of want some follow up on. So we need to talk about that and get some direction. And that is about it. That's all I've got.
Thank you very much. Trustee Caravas.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not much to report. The UEB met in the executive session Wednesday, June 3rd. It went well. Discussions pretty in depth. Some information came out from some of the members to Mr. Godak that he appreciated that he had not been aware of. So it looks like there is definitely information being shared. So they are looking at the documents, have looked at the documents, and having that third set or third group of eyes seems to be maybe helping us, but we'll know more as time goes on. Other than that, the UEB will meet in regular session Wednesday, 4:30 till 6. And that is it.
Thank you very much, sir. Trustee Lowell.
So last week, a special meeting of this board was called to address the issue of Chief Hoffman's dismissal, the situation surrounding Chief Hoffman, as well as there was a suggestion that perhaps there should be a discussion on race relations in town. I noted that there were 55 participants on that Zoom call. Unfortunately, we didn't have a quorum. The meeting was dismissed. I think we at least owe it to the 50 some odd people, residents, who sat in on that meeting and were waiting to hear us make a statement on Chief Hoffman. I'm not clear why we don't have that as part of the agenda tonight. Perhaps it was determined that this is water under the bridge and that it would be a useless exercise. I will say that I think Chief Hoffman's mistake should be a lesson to all of us on the endurance and the wide sweep of social media. What is posted never goes away and gets exposure far beyond the original intent of the poster. We've all posted things we were sorry for about 5 minutes after they hit the screen. It's an insidious medium that takes on a life of its own with often detrimental results. Now we've seen the political football this unfortunate posting between friends has become. Someone let the conversation slip, and a man has been unjustly besmirched and lost his position of community importance. I don't know Chief Hoffman personally. Some residents like him, others have a different opinion. But whatever our personal opinions of him are, I think it's clear that his error has been overblown and used for others' political purposes. Chief Hoffman has apologized for his mistake. He knows now the inappropriateness of what he posted online, and I, for one, accept his apology. I'm also troubled that this issue caused so much controversy, and quite frankly, should never have seen the light of day except for some Facebook trolls looking to make hay on these current troubling times. I'm disappointed with Jonathan Singer, whose first instinct upon hearing from constituents should have been to have a conversation with Chief Hoffman and not immediately assume the worst and file for an investigation. Jonathan was good to Lyons after the flood, but he's lost the support of many in this community for his blatant political move. We all need to be big enough to admit we all make mistakes and recognize that Chief Hoffman's contributions to Lyons far overshadow this one incident. I would support this board writing a strong letter of support for Chief Hoffman that also pleads for his reinstatement. I'll leave the further discussion of this up to the discretion of Mayor Angelo. That's all I have to say.
I respect your courage, Trustee Lowell, and this issue will not be swept under the rug. I can guarantee you that. Due to unfortunate circumstances, we couldn't muster a quorum, but we'll have a further discussion at the end of this meeting on future agenda items, and the Board of Trustees will have the opportunity to both address a statement in regard to Chief Hoffman and whether indeed we want to, and this is the key point, finance a reconciliation and a teaching experience that all of us, including me, can learn from. This was unfortunate. I addressed this issue immediately with the Lyons Fire District Board, with the chairman of the board, and with Chief Hoffman. I felt it incumbent that we not first excuse his action, because I can't state to any of you in a public meeting what I stated to him. I was not pleased. However, we can all learn about this subject of what it means to be racially discriminated against in the United States of America. So what I proposed is to make a statement or not in regard to Chief Hoffman, and also discuss the possibility of financing a facilitator to come to town and teach us all. And in regard to your statement, Trustee Lowell, if we're not prepared to finance a facilitator, then I will be prepared to do that myself personally. And I know that I can get support from other people in town that do want to learn about what it means to be discriminated against in the United States of America in the year 2020. So again, I'll reiterate, sir, that this will not be swept under the rug. And we will be discussing this at a later date on this agenda, at a later time on this agenda. That's all I have for right now. In regard to boards and commissions, I believe this is the proper time for me to appoint Mike Donahue to the Lions Historic Designation Commission. And it's with great pleasure that I get to do this, because he's worked on and designed and remodeled historic homes throughout Boulder County. And I think he will be a terrific asset to the commission. It's always pleasurable to make these kind of appointments. In regard to Madam Administrator, are there any additional items that should be discussed under boards and commissions?
We just had we have an update regarding the bear-proof containers, kind of follow up after the election.
Okay, then we'll move on to that. Item 7-1, bear-resistant bins presentation. Could we have a staff report, please?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Okay. Hi. Well, I'm Ariel. Is Garrett online? There's Garrett. Okay. So we just have a brief, quick presentation. If it's okay to share my screen, is that okay? Okay. Oh, host has disabled that.
Yes, it is.
Oh, thank you. Okay.
Good now, Ariel.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Oh, whoops. Okay. So, I'm Ariel. I do special events in town and communications and websites, and Garrett McDaniel is also presenting with me, and he's our sustainability coordinator. And we happen to both also be grad students. So this is actually where this stemmed from. It's just kind of a project that was used for real purposes. So that's why it's quite in depth. So thank you for reading all of that if you did. So this was initially presented to the Board of Trustees in August of last year, and they directed us to come back with more information on what other communities are doing in this regard, and to wait until the pay-as-you-throw or that the single waste hauler initiative passed, which of course was on the April ballot, and of course did not pass. So now this analysis in the packet reflects both of those directives. And I want to preface this by saying this is solely just to bring you information, just to be informative. While there is a recommendation, it's really just that, and I think we're not trying to propose anything. We just want to bring information, and we're happy to get more or follow up in any way. So throughout many areas in Colorado, bears' presence are increasing where people live, and CPW received 22 reports in lions between April and July last year, which is actually quite staggering because that's pretty early. Usually they don't start getting hungry more until around August. So that it was a really active year last year. And the problem is our garbage is an easy source of a lot of calories for bears. And so that's why they prefer it over berries and, what they might naturally find in the wild for more work. This is easy, a lot, all at one time. And it's also not just what we might think as food or edible. It's anything that smells like food or touches food, like plastic or something with grease on it, they'll eat. So they're pretty destructive, as you may know. And once they've discovered this easy source of calories, they'll continue to come back for more and become increasingly more aggressive. And this is where it becomes a bad thing, a problem, because they're, of course, first and foremost, it's dangerous to people, but also to themselves. So Colorado Parks and Wildlife have a few tactics they use to address bears in communities, but primarily when they get calls, they may relocate the bears back into like the deep woods where they may where they give them another chance, and they might rehabilitate themselves to get back into their natural instincts. But again, these bears, they're really smart, and they more oftentimes they'll continue to seek these easy calories and come back to communities, and it's harder to get them retrained into their natural instincts once they've tasted the sweet taste of garbage. So so sadly, CPW, it's sadly they resort to euthanizing the animals because they get increasingly more aggressive, and they don't there's not many other options for CPW. So we did some research and prepared just feasible options or alternatives from our current status, which isn't it's nothing. But these alternatives just speak to mitigating the bear presence if that's something we want to pursue in town. So this first one, I'll just go through these. It's just to do a townwide mandate requiring all residents and businesses. And I say businesses, that's also just referring to commercial sized bins. So I mean, actually that would be like the town commercial sized bin and commercial sized bin to be bear resistant, require, again, commercial bins and residential to have bear resistant bins unless there's a safe means to secure it. So unless people have garages, they can secure their trash in. Third option is require just residential to have bear resistant bins. Fourth, just commercial to have bear resistant bins. And fifth is to do nothing. And that's still, a decision. So I'm going to turn it over to Garrett.
Hey everyone, Garrett McDaniel here. So Western, One Way, and United, those are our primary waste haulers in Lyons. Western and One Way, they do provide some bear resistant bins to customers. United does not, but United does allow customers to purchase their own bins from Lowe's or Home Depot. And as you can see there, that those are the costs from a large big box store. And so Western is $3 extra per month. One Way, a little bit more than that. So yeah, so there are some alternatives being provided by our waste haulers. Next slide. Yeah, and so how other communities are doing this, Boulder has their, their ordinance that requires certain folks to have their bear resistant bins. Netherland doesn't have a policy. Estes Park has a limited policy. And then on the right side, you can see all the different communities in Colorado that have varying levels of bear resistant bin policies and sort of what the costs are for first, second, and third violation. Next slide.
So in this case, I should probably also say this presentation again is just skimming the surface of it. The meat of this is in the analysis in the packet, but from this information, we are just recommending alternative one, which is just requiring bear resistant bins for both residential and businesses or commercial bins. Compared to the other options or alternatives we came up with, this is just the most effective in that an all or nothing approach is the most effective to reduce bear presence in town. They can smell up to 5 miles away. So if one neighbor has it and the other doesn't, it kind of counters the effort. It's also, the most equitable other than doing nothing. What we're doing now in that, it just would be the same for everyone. And political acceptability, I think this is interesting. If it's too costly, of course, there will be some pushback, some opposition, but I think we may also see some proponents of who are for this kind of thing, where this Keep Bears Wild is from. So we might see that too. So that's alternative one. And that's it. Any questions or direction to staff?
Mayor Angelo?
Yes, Trustee Lowe.
So let me ask Ariel and Garrett. This was pointed out to me by resident John Petrie, who sent me this just this afternoon. It seems like in our ordinances under Article 3, garbage, rubbish, and trash, specifically Section 7-3-10, which covers stale or uncovered garbage, there's a ordinance that says any garbage which is stored otherwise than in watertight or airtight cans or containers, which is accessible to animals, is declared a nuisance. Likewise, 7-3-30, it also talks about rubbish or trash that is allowed to accumulate in a manner that is accessible to animals. So I'm just curious if you had looked at that ordinance to see if that would be sufficient. Just so you know, there isn't a bigger defender of wildlife and environmental actions than this guy sitting here. You've all read my stuff in the Redstone Review. You know how I feel about the environment, wild animals. I would be foursquare for a education process to educate residents about exactly what they're doing to these bears that come down from the hill and eat their garbage or tear down their bird feeders. Back in New Hampshire, I dealt with bears on a weekly basis. I never put anything out that would attract them. I took down my bird feeders by April 1st when they came out of hibernation. Neighbors had bears get into their garbage, and trust me, after one time, if you're not aware that you're the problem, then you're either totally ignorant or you just don't care. Once you've seen what a bear can do to a bird feeder or a garbage can and the garbage that's strewn all over the place, if that doesn't convince you that something needs to be done, I'm not sure what else can. There's a saying that a fed bear is a dead bear. That is to say that a bear that becomes habituated to garbage or other human food is going to be an issue. And they're going to keep coming back because they're very smart and they know where this stuff was. And unfortunately, many times that leads to a deadly force by CPW to get rid of them. So I'm just asking Ariel and Garrett if you visited that town ordinance on garbage and rubbish and whether you consider that a reasonable alternative to requiring all residents to buying bear-resistant containers, which, by the way, I'm not in favor of.
Would you like to answer that?
Sure. If I may, I think, I'm not sure if I totally understand. In the code, it says that these kinds of containers are considered a nuisance?
No, what it says in Article 3, Section 7-3-10, in regard to stale or uncovered garbage, any garbage which is stored otherwise than in watertight or airtight cans or containers, which creates odor or stench, which is accessible to animals, or which otherwise creates a health hazard, is declared a nuisance and would therefore be punishable under whatever penalties there are for that ordinance.
So if I may jump in here on this issue. So yes, Trustee Lowell, you are correct. However, it does not mandate bear-proof bins specifically, but if someone were to have their trash can broken into, that would be subject for code enforcement potentially, have a non-criminal violation of the code, which I might add, the new code amendment would help with. So while it doesn't mandate bear-proof containers, it does give the town the authority to fine someone for a code violation if their stuff was to be broken into, or if it was obviously attractive, not shut at all, meat hanging out, and that seems like it would fall within a violation of the code as well. And so hopefully that answers your question. It doesn't mandate bear-proof containers, but containers which are broken into or which are likely could be broken into could be punishable under the code. It's all up to the discretion of the code enforcement, though, however.
Understand. Thanks for that clarification. Ariel, do you have any documentation of incidents in town that involved bears breaking into garbage that was left outside or put out too early? I know you noted that there were 21 incidents in 2019 from April to August, but as a matter of course, are you finding that this is a habitual problem?
Yeah, so yes, I think what's interesting about that is those 22 cases, those only count for the ones that were called into CPW, and that's still actually a pretty high number. But I even firsthand saw a bear in my dumpster a couple times last year, and I think what's hard is other than CPW, I think there's also people will certainly report it, but I think there's also this people don't always want to report it in that regard, just because, knowing that it might not bode well for the bear in the end. So I think that's a good question. I don't know, other than those official reports from CPW, how else we could get that information, you know, and people feel secure to do that. But I mean, also just our parks guys, for example, morning after morning, cleaning up trash can after trash can around town, you know. So in that regard, yes, but nothing like officially.
But we have bear-proof containers in all our parks, correct?
Bear-proof bins.
Yes.
Yep. And we're headed in that way. It really, I think at this point, it's just a cost issue. But as I understand it, we want to get Main Street bear-proof bins and all of town. So, and if I may just address, I 100% agree. I think educational piece is just elementary to all of this and so important. But last year, you may recall, we did a number of e-blasts just on bears, and we kept it on the front of our website, and we printed stuff. And even still, through all that, people were sending me pictures of their bears, you know, caught on their Nest Cam and stuff. So I think that's, you know, I think that is certainly important, but it seems like it has to be coupled with something more firm for most effectiveness.
Thanks.
Trustee Rogan, you've been very patient.
Thanks. It's not one of my virtues. So I thank you for your presentation, Ariel and Garrett. And I brought this to the previous board last summer. Trustee Lowell, I live in a neighborhood where every single Monday morning, there are trash bins in the alley dumped over, where the bear turned over the dumpster in the mobile home park, the gigantic one. My neighbor has a bear cam. She sends me footage almost every day. The bears are here. And so last summer, I spent quite a bit of time talking to Brenda Lee of the Boulder Bear Coalition, and I learned a lot about bears. One of the things I learned is that there is a 3-touch rule when it comes to bears. The bear will be and must be euthanized the 3rd time a human being touches it. So when we see bears with ear tags, you know, people think that the different colors of ear tags often mean it's a bear attribute, like the bear was aggressive. But it's not. It's the county they were relocated from. And so I think green is the Boulder County tag. If a tagged bear has to be caught again, that's it. That bear's done for. That bear is going to be euthanized. And we have a bear-proof bin. We got one of the screw top one-way bins last summer, and it has bear tooth marks in it, but the bear has never been able to open it. So, you know, I think that this would be a great use of the code compliance officer's time to drive around on Monday mornings and see whose trash has been dumped by the bears. I'm a big fan of incenting behavior that we want and disincenting behavior that we don't want. So I would like to see what we can do about helping people buy bear-proof bins if they want the bins. Maybe there's a rebate program. And for those who don't or can't afford to buy the bins, I think we find the behavior that we don't want while we educate people. So last summer, before we got our bin, we were keeping all of our food trash in the freezer until the morning of trash day. It didn't cost us anything extra to do that, but it helped keep the bears safe. So that's what I have to say about that. I really appreciate you guys bringing this up again. And I'm happy to see the discussion on the table. And Trustee Wah has been much more patient than I have been.
Well, he's got it in him. Trustee Wah.
Thank you. I agree with Trustee Lowell 100%. And as a neighbor of Trustee Rogan, I can tell you, I've had a bear in the tree right next to where I park all my cars, literally up in that tree. I will say a couple of things. I think the town, this is another example where the town is trying to mandate something on residents that it itself does not meet those requirements. We received a notification from this weekend that the trash in the parks and by the ponds was overflowing and so forth. So I think, you know, just as much as at Riverbend, we have bears almost every night. We have locked dumpsters. It's kind of fun to see the bears, although I understand where Trustee Rogan's coming from. There is a bigger concern that I have, and it's actually right near Trustee Rogan's house, up by the Cinnamon's house on Stickney Loop. There are several of the homeowners that live on 2nd Avenue that are using unprotected compost areas back behind their homes, and are quite belligerent when it's pointed out that these are illegal. So, you know, I'd just like to say, you know, I don't think we need to put, I liked what Trustee Rogan said, which is I'd like to incent people to do the right thing rather than penalize them. As a business owner, I'll say the last thing I need is another $3.50 that the town mandates that I pay every single month. I take care of my trash. There's been no incidents. We have had a bear removed from Riverbend about 3 years ago. And subsequent to that, we've been much better about it. So the one thing that I would add or have us like to consider is perhaps not allowing cans to be put out on Sunday nights if Monday morning is the pickup time. Estes Park, in the example that Garrett put together, said that, you know, cans can't be out before 6 a.m. That's a super easy way for Dale to drive around at 5 a.m. And if your cans are out there, and especially if they're spilled, you're a violator. So all in all, as a libertarian that I am, and as I've said many times before, I don't think we need to do anything except enforce the code we already have in place. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I also am not in favor of requiring town residents to spend additional money to acquire bear-proof, bear-resistant cans. The $3.50 a month, I'm a one-way customer, would increase my monthly trash bill by 15%. It's a significant increase. And just one more small item that would increase the cost of living in Lyons. I looked at Colorado Springs ordinance, which I think is similar to Estes Parks. And it basically, you can see headlines on it if you do a Google search that says they've required bear-resistant cans, but they haven't. If you actually read the ordinance, it says you really only have to use a bear-resistant trash can if you put your trash out prior to 5:30 a.m. on the day on trash day. So alternative two, as set forth in the presentation, I think if you flipped it around, it might actually make sense. And if you would say something like, you are only required to have a bear resistant bin if you, number one, are unable to secure your trash, and number two, you put it out prior to 5:30 a.m. on trash day. So anybody who stores trash in their garage or in a tough shed or in a wooden container they've built or a small shed or whatever and puts it out after 5:30 a.m. on trash day, you're fine. You don't have to get a bear resistant can. If you keep a regular trash can easily accessible off the back alley, where it's basically not secure, then you need to get a bear resistant can. But in general, the way most people handle their trash, no requirement, and I'm not in favor of imposing that cost on residents all over town because if you don't comply.
Any other comments? Trustee Caravas.
Just to state that I agree with all my colleagues on this board concerning that issue. Adding an additional cost to our customers or to the townsfolk. The previous 4 years of boards, we've talked about bringing in, keep the cost of living down, bring in affordable housing. But we've often talked about, and I've stated it many times, that everything we do, we turn around and raise the cost of living. And this is just one of those things. $3 a month, okay, maybe it's not that big, maybe it is. But as we mandate other things, as we have been mandating other things, it does just increase that much. What Mayor Pro Tem Brown is indicating of, there's nothing in our code that does not stop, or that stops anyone from getting their bear-proof can on their own. If they have to put it out, they leave town a lot before Monday or before whatever their day is, well, then that's probably a candidate that probably should on their own invest in take care of the issue. Those are at our town a lot. I sometimes am, depending on the year, if there's a COVID issue or not. I'm old school. My neighbors have a key to my house. I have a key to my neighbor's house. And to that person, there's a backup, and there's a backup for my other neighbor's house. We as a neighbors know who we are. We trust each other. And we take our garbage cans out and we put our garbage cans in if need be. So there's that issue. The increase in bears. What are the natural predators to bears? Bigger game. Well, we have cats in the neighborhood too. So, but mankind doesn't hunt the bear as much as we used to. Populations are up. If we have to euthanize a bear, I would like to see CPW work with Town Alliance if it's one of our bears, or not one of our bears, but bear in our community. Can we process that meat to go to leaf, especially during these times of shortages of red meat? They can't purchase in large quantities. I have eaten bear. I've tasted bear. It's a good meat. The hide could be auctioned off at leaf auction to those that want to have a hide. There's money for leaf. To me, that's sustainable futures right there. Hopefully we don't have to go that route, but as Ariel mentioned, the number of bears that are reported and that are in the area, well, it's going to happen. I don't like the idea of legislating this. I just think the areas of town that have the problems probably need on their own take care of the issue. What Trustee Rogan talks about, trash in the freezer, again, old school. Grew up summertime, especially fats and grease solids. We talked about with the UEB and our wastewater treatment plant. Year round, you cook grease, you put it in a soup can or a bean can, stick it in the freezer. Garbage day, throw it out there so it's not spilled everywhere, and it's definitely not going down our drains. But I'd rather see us not have to legislate this and let the code enforcement people take care of what we're supposed to do, and that is, if there's a nuisance, take care of the nuisance. I don't know if staff can do something about informing the people that move to town, mainly homeowners, when they have to get their utility connection, utility bills, everything set up, indicating it's their responsibility to take care of it. Renters, I don't know how that's, what we can do there, but hopefully neighbors, just your neighbor, advise your neighbor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think the trustees have pretty much covered the issue. I can say that with as many wildlife corridors as we have in Lyons, 2 rivers, canyons, I can say absolutely that the bears have come by our place for the last 35 years, every year. They love the berries. The berries have been killed by late frost, probably 4 out of the last 5 years. And I think that that's forcing them into a habit that is not healthy for them. I can say one thing, that if a bear does access garbage, that bear is so smart that bear will come back year after year after year to that same source of food, because I've seen it until I got like the serious bear container. And 2 weeks ago, I came out in the morning and it was upside down completely, and there were claw marks all over it. So, I mean, if you're going to get a bear container, get a good one that locks, because, I'm not sure whether they can't break into a shed or even a garage. Bears are tough. I mean, there's a saying about bears, they are very, very strong. So I agree with my colleagues. I prefer not to legislate it. I prefer a further educated process. And if people continue to ignore the problem, then we should enforce compliance. Any further discussion? Trustee Wah.
I'd like to ask if staff could look into any potential funding sources to help offset the cost of bear-proof containers for any resident that wants to purchase one.
Sure.
Excellent idea. Further comments? I think you have your direction, Ariel and Garrett.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thanks all.
Thank you. Staff reports. Financial update.
Good evening, Mayor Angelo.
Good evening.
The financial information for the month of May. I'm going to share my screen for everyone. Oh, and I'm not allowed to, so.
We'll correct that momentarily.
Okay.
Go ahead and try it now, Jill.
Got it. Thank you. Make sure I have the right one. Okay, can you guys see my screen? Can you guys see the screen?
Yes, but it's not in presentation mode.
Okay, that's all right. I can fix that. Just wanted to make sure I got the right one. Now are we good?
No, you need to do the little icon at the bottom right that looks like a projector screen.
So I did that. Yeah, I'm sharing the wrong screen. Hang on a second. Sorry about that. I have difficulty with this with too many screens. Let's try it again. Share my screen. I want this one. Is that the right one?
It's not. Oh, there it is. Correct. That's correct.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, so I'm going to start with sales tax because we've got some really good news on sales tax. So this is our chart that we normally see every month. So the line that I'm going to really focus on is going to be the fourth line down where we're looking at sales that happen in the month of April that the town receives the taxes for in June. Now this information is not in the financial presentation this evening because I'm presenting for May, but this is really good information that I think is really helpful for everybody to know just what's happening with our sales tax. So if you look over at 2020, you'll notice our sales tax that we received from the state of Colorado is $98,460. This is a increase from the prior month of, let me make sure I got this in my notes, of 41% from the prior month. And from March of 2019, it's 14% increase. So this is a little deceiving though, because if you remember, the governor actually allowed businesses who collected sales tax from their sales in March to not remit it in May, but to remit it in June. So in that number, that $98,000, there's actually $20,802 that actually is from March sales. So while we're looking at March and it looks really, really low, it's because some of those sales were actually, the taxes were remitted the following month. So if we were to kind of realign those and take the 20,000 out of that fourth line and put it back into where it's supposed to go, then what we would be looking at is an increase in the May remittance from the March sales of 10%. And we would look at a 14, let me make sure I got my numbers right, hang on. So if we were to adjust the figures, we'd see a 10% increase in March from the prior month and a 4% reduction from the previous year of that same month. So if we were to look at March sales that we get in May, it'd be 10% going from February to March, and it would be 4% reduction going from 2019 to 2020. So that's kind of looking at this a little bit differently, and I don't have those numbers set here because this is what it actually is. So then if we were to look at April, we would see that we would have a 14% reduction from the prior month, which that's expected because we had like 0 sales in a lot of businesses in the month of April because they were closed. And we would also have a 10% reduction from the prior year for April. So that's more expected, and that's what I was kind of looking to see. So when we look at our overall sales tax though, if you look at our beginning months, we're actually way ahead. We're way ahead of last year. So our sales tax year to date, if we look at 2020, is that $344,060, which is an increase of $37,821 from year to date of 2019. So we're actually still ahead by 12%, but it's because of those first beginning months. Now there's something else that's kind of odd in this is that last year in 2019, if you guys remember, the state of Colorado changed how they collect their sales tax. So instead of having, like if I buy something from Amazon and I have it delivered to my house in 2019, in April, I didn't have to pay Lyons sales tax if I lived in Lyons. So for 2020, however, you do. And that changed, as you can see from when the numbers went from fairly moderate to very high, was in June, where June is when the state actually put that law into effect. They actually put it into effect before, but they gave a grace period to get people up to speed on getting that tax collected. So in June, they were supposed to start remitting sales taxes based on wherever their product is being delivered to. And you see that when you start seeing those numbers go up significantly from the prior year. So when we're looking at our 2020 numbers, the January, February, March, and April all have that destination sourcing law that the 2019 does not. So just be aware of that. So we're not comparing apples to apples, but the numbers, again, for 2020 over 2019 for the same period are still above where we were. So we were expecting a significant drop in sales tax revenues. For March, we were looking at a 50% reduction. And for April, we were looking at a 75% reduction, which, as you can see, we're not actually seeing. It's not materializing. So I believe in April, this will be kind of our measurement for May, because in May, we still had a lot of businesses closed. So if we can kind of look at that baseline from April, we can apply that to May, which we will see next month. So if we look at that for May, we would look at a 15% decrease from the prior year, or approximately $14,000 if we use our April actuals. And then from there, we're opening up in June. So we're hoping to see that kind of bounce back pretty quickly. This is kind of something we didn't expect, but it's looking like that's how it's going to work. So if we look at our chart, I can figure out how to make that work. So if we look at our chart, the economists talk about the V-shaped recovery. If you look at that yellow line, that's what you're seeing is that V-shaped recovery, which is kind of cool. So March was pretty low, and April is bouncing back. We're actually right where we would be for 2018. Okay, so now let's go into our monthly financial information. So for the month of May, our revenues for the town were $570,797, and a majority of that went into the general fund at 39%, followed by the electric fund at 19%. For expenditures, we had $657,502 coming out. The majority came out of the sanitation fund, followed by the general fund at 34% and 33% respectively. When we look at our monthly unaudited revenues and expenses, we'll see that all of the funds except for the electric fund and the sanitation fund have more revenue than expense. The snowstorm in April created an additional expense for the electric fund of $26,112. And that was from branches breaking, power lines being down. So we had quite a bit of additional expense. In addition to that, we had interest for our bonds of $5,169 that was paid out. And we did a lot of tree trimming, of course, for $6,623. The town received their second investment fee for the electric fund from a build that was going on at 812 Mountain View Drive in the amount of $4,500. So that brings our total investment fees for the electric fund to date up to $9,000. In May, the town received tap fees also for the same property in the amount of $14,615 for the water fund and $8,500 for the sanitation fund. Capital purchases include the continued expense related to the wastewater treatment plant re-rating project in the amount of $3,983. And we did have debt service, which is making that sanitation expense be very high, of $150,222. And that paid our 2014 wastewater treatment plant loan. When we look at year-to-date, our year-to-date expenditures exceeded revenues in the sanitation fund and the Parks and Recreation fund. Okay, so the board had asked me, we'll get to that one. So if we look at year-to-date revenues compared to budget, the revenues for all funds are under budget. So we received some of the tap fees that I just talked about, but we're still not realizing the fees that are related to the Summit Housing Project, which would impact both all three of the electric, water, and sanitation fund. And the Parks and Recreation fund is lower because the parks were closed in the month of May. When we look at expenditures compared to budget, we can see that the expenditures for May are lower than our 3-year average for the same period for this year, for all funds except for the sanitation fund due to the issues with the centrifuge at the plant. Currently, treatment division is at 208% over budget. The electric fund has 2 large budgeted items. The electric meters, which we've talked about, it's budgeted, but nothing has been spent yet. And the capital projects, again, it's been budgeted, but nothing has been spent. If we reduce the expenses by these 2 items, then our total expense budget would be $472,163. The total expenses for this fund are $482,400, which would be at 1.02% of budget. The sludge disposal has dropped to about $5,254 in May, which is significantly lower than the prior months, and that's because we repaired the centrifuge. Now, this is the one the board asked me to do. Okay, so last report, the board had talked about how do we compare to prior year. So that's what we're going to look at now. So on our revenues, if we look at year to date in May, in 2020 compared to year to date May of 2019, we would see that the general fund for revenue is down approximately 6% from the prior year. There's a large gap in the electric fund, and that's due to the refunding of the debt. So we actually did a refinancing of our debt last year. It provided an additional $447,000 worth of revenue, which you can see in that large increase. If we remove that from the 2019 figures, the adjusted balance is pretty comparable to 2020. The water and sanitation funds are both seeing increases due to rates. So we increased our rates for both of these utilities in January. The stormwater fund is pretty even, and the Parks and Recreation fund is showing a 20% reduction from the prior year, due again to our parks being closed. When we look at the expenditure side, I was actually kind of surprised that the general fund is actually higher than the prior year. So I went and kind of looked at what's causing that. And most of this is due to timing. So we have some things which are being paid in 2020 that weren't quite yet paid in 28, should be 2019. Sorry about that, I'll have to fix that. So the differences in timing are actual increases in the expenses, with the exception of the elections. We had an election in this year, which added $7,000 in 2020 that we didn't have in 2019. The other expenses that are timing related would be, in 2019, we only had 3 months of our sheriff's patrol contract, where in 2020, we have all 5 months billed. The difference in that is about $60,000. In 2019, we show a negative 30,000 in small tools, which currently in 2020, we don't have that same amount, but anytime we have something from the flood, which is kind of refunded to the current year, it becomes a revenue instead of an expense. We don't do a negative expense. So we corrected all of that in 2020. And then also the flood or the Boulder County dispatch fees were not yet billed in 2019, but 24,000 were billed in May of 2020. So a lot of these are just timing differences. The large gap in the electric fund, again, is due to the refunding of the debt. Just like we have the revenue side, on the expense side, we spend $500,000 to refund and to pay off the 2003 electric revenue bonds. If we remove that from the 2019 figures, the adjusted balance is pretty comparable to 2020. The water fund paid the final payment on the land purchase for the city of Longmont for the new public works facility land. The amount of this payment was $305,000, which again, if you remove it, makes our expenses pretty comparable. Issues with the centrifuge started in July or August of 2019. So the 2019 figures are not reflecting the increased hauling costs, but the 2020 figures do. The stormwater fund is providing funding for stormwater projects in 2020, where we didn't really do a lot with that in 2019. And again, the decreased parks and recreation is due to the closed parks. Okay, so if we look at each quarter for the general fund, the revenues are exceeding our expenditures for the second quarter. And even though we had it just a little bit short in the first quarter, we are making that up in the second quarter. We have enough revenue to offset all of the expenses for both quarters. When we look at the electric fund had expenses exceeding revenue in the second quarter. However, the first quarter has plenty of revenue to, again, offset and absorb that extra expense. For the water fund, the revenues are exceeding expenditures, and it is absorbing that shortfall from the first quarter. So that one looks pretty good too. So in the sanitation fund, we do have expenses exceeding revenue in the second quarter, and the first quarter does not have enough revenue to offset that additional expense. That additional expense, again, is coming from the debt service payment that was made in the second quarter. For the stormwater fund, the revenues are exceeding expenses for both quarters. And for the Parks and Recreation Fund, the second quarter is pretty even. Revenues are slightly ahead, but not by very much. Again, there isn't enough revenue to offset the increased expenses from the first quarter, but we're holding our own on the second quarter. Hopefully, as the parks start to open up, the revenues will start to adjust up to help to absorb some of that from the first quarter. Mayor Angelo had asked me to provide information on attorney's fees. So attorney's fees that we paid in May, we paid Kissinger and Fellman, who is our town attorney, $45,952 in the month of May. And we paid our Laura attorney, Brownstein, Hyatt, Farber, and Schreck, $793. And that's the end of my presentation. I actually do have 2 additional items that I wanted to make the board aware of. And I can unshare my screen. And we can do my, I don't know how to do the video. There it is. Oh, that looks horrible. There we go. So we actually do have our auditors who are here on site at the town. They will be here for 2 weeks doing field work in preparation for doing our annual financial audit. We are looking at presenting this to the board sometime in July. So we will let you know that date as soon as that comes up. And then the second thing is when the previous board, when the COVID first started, the previous board had wanted to have a financial update every 2 weeks versus once a month. At this time, I don't know if there's enough change in the financial information to give you an update every 2 weeks. And I would like to request that we go back to our monthly update, if that is okay. And that's all I have. Do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a question for Director Johnson. In your presentation in passing, you mentioned Summit. Can you help me to understand how the tap fees, the permits, which I think are about, they're estimated about $1.4 million for Summit's project. And I think there's an additional 34, 35 water shares that by my calculation are worth somewhere around $1 million. Can you explain to me how that money is going to impact the budget this year? In other words, I'm looking at that and I'm going, wow, we're going to get well once that 1.4 million comes in. Is that a true assessment?
That is a true assessment. So in the, let me give you a little bit of background just so you understand how we developed the budget for 2020 related to Summit. So originally Summit was supposed to start in 2019. So in the 2019 budget, there was significant budget money put in for tap fees and other things which Summit would bring to the town. And of course, it did not materialize in 2019. So when we started working on the 2020 budget, we did not budget for the entire project. We just looked at the single family units and we put in the tap fees that were related to that we would expect to get revenue from. And we also put in, I believe, some money related to the use fees and the building permits. So again, it's not the full project, it's just the single family units is all that we budgeted for. So when I talk about we haven't gotten the money to kind of push that actual up to the budget, it's because we've only gotten 2 tap fees or 2 investment fees for the electric, because that's the only homes that we've done so far. So once the Summit project does come in, which I believe is anticipated to be in July, August timeframe, is what I had heard, then we will start seeing those tap fees start to come in, along with the other monies related to use fees and permits.
Will the water share, well, of course, the water shares are due and payable upon time of approval, right? Or, and where does that go? Does that go in the water fund?
It does. So water shares we did not budget for. Water shares come in, they're a donated asset. So either, and I don't know how it's set up in Victoria, could probably give us a little, I'm sorry, Town Administrator Simonson could probably give us more information about that. But normally when a developer comes in, they would donate the water shares and then we would pull those into our books at fair market value.
Thank you.
Mayor Angelo, you're muted.
I'm sorry. Would you like to elaborate, Madam Administrator?
Ideally, when we get tap fees, it would be great if those could always go into the reserve account for those funds, because it is a one-time revenue source. And so you don't want to count on that towards your operating. That's how it, it ideally would work. In this case, the taps or the water shares will have to be delivered prior to issuing the building. And I have heard from them that they have secured all their water shares. So we expect that if they plan on, I know their plans are submitted right now. The last step was sign off by the Fire Protection District. I've talked with the president and they plan to move forward with that here in the next couple of weeks. So if they submit their building permit plans, hopefully July or August, then they'll have to submit their water shares at that time as well.
Any further questions for Finance Director Johnson? Trustee Waugh.
Yeah, thank you, Director Johnson, for a great report as usual. One of my concerns goes back to the national retailers. So you said in an email earlier this week that 8 out of 10 of our largest taxpayers this quarter were national retailers. While it's fantastic news we're up, I think we might be missing a point in trying to understand the impact to small business sales by looking at the holistic picture of total revenue. I know personally my 2 teenage daughters are significantly contributing to the national retailer, as there's a box that arrives at my house almost on a daily basis and the next time you see them. But I think if you could, let's take a look at 2 things. I'd like to understand what we estimated in terms of sales tax, just in general. It gets lost when you divide it over funds. So I'd just like to see what we had planned or budgeted. And if you can point me towards it, I'm happy to do the research on my own, but what we anticipated for taxes, because I'm looking at this and we're pretty much right on line with 2018 for the 4-month period. So I'm just curious. I'd like to get a better understanding of how much impact the national retailers is having on our thing, because if it is so big, then our businesses are hurting, because you know, last year there were no national retailers in the top 10, and now 8 out of 10 of them are national retailers. So I'm very concerned what that means about the actual sales that are going on by Lions-based businesses.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yeah. I had a question that's along the lines that Trustee Waugh just asked, and that was basically to get an update on, as we got a couple of months ago, as to how many of the top 10 sales tax remitters in Lions were national retailers versus local. Is it still roughly 8 out of 10?
So actually, yes, I did just present that to you guys in an email. And when I look at the top 10, yes, 8 out of 10 are national retailers.
And of those, are the top, let's say the top 3 or so, are they national or local?
I believe, I don't have that information right on my finger, but I could certainly send that to you.
Yeah, based on our discussions, Jill, I think they were national.
Okay.
And partially it's large purchases that are being delivered here, which our local businesses don't offer, such as, you know, appliances and things like that.
And would it also be partially the fact that more people staying at home for longer hours during COVID? You tend, at least at our household, like Trustee Waugh's, things tend to get ordered and delivered to the house that we might have gone to Longmont and shopped for, 2 months ago, but we're staying out of the stores and ordering at home. So do you think that had effect as well?
I do. It has an impact for sure.
Okay. And then just one more observation on something Trustee Waugh said. It's not that local towns were not collecting sales taxes from Amazon sales and Best Buy sales and Walmart sales before that time last year. Amazon was collecting and paying local sales taxes. They weren't always doing it accurately until recent years, and they may not have gotten particularly their third-party sellers may not have always recorded the destination of the package correctly. But it's not like it went from 0 to a big amount overnight. It basically improved over time as the online ordering systems were perfected. And then there was a Supreme Court ruling that required a number of retailers that had resisted paying out-of-state sales taxes to begin doing so. But by the time the Wayfair case, and that was an example, furniture from Wayfair, by the time the Wayfair case became effective, most of the big guys, the Walmarts and the Amazons and the Best Buys, were properly reporting. So it improved last year from a national perspective, but it didn't go from 0 to a huge number. It just improved as they finally perfected their systems.
Yeah, I have staff telling me it actually went into effect in July of 19.
Yes, but there was a delay in implementation. Thank you for that clarification, Mayor Pro Tem Browning. And in order let me kind of expand on that also. So the state of Colorado, when they changed the law of how they collected their sales tax, prior to that, if I had ordered something from Longmont and the sales taxes for Lions were not something that they would normally pay, then they didn't collect it and they didn't remit it. They would collect whatever taxes that we had in common. So they would collect state tax and they would collect Boulder County and they would remit those. So when the state actually changed how they did their sales tax collection to be destination sourcing, then now they collect sales tax for everyone, no matter whether it's a common sales tax or not. So that didn't just change national retailers, but it changed in-state retailers as well. So we are seeing more sales tax being collected and remitted in both areas.
Any further questions for Finance Director Johnson? I'd like a consensus of the board in regard to her recommendation that she submit the financial report monthly instead of bi-weekly. What is the pleasure of the board?
Monthly's good with me.
For now, it's fine.
Unless, of course, something comes up, we'll certainly make the board aware of it.
Finance Director Johnson, your wishes are granted.
Thank you.
And a reminder that we do have a budget workshop on June 23rd next, is it June 23rd? Yeah, June 23rd, next Tuesday, to talk about a little more detail, to kind of review what we had anticipated could be the COVID impacts and where they're actually coming in actuality. So we will have that meeting on the 23rd.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Mayor?
Yes, Trustee Carolis.
I'd just like to go off on what Trustee Watt had mentioned about small businesses. As I had mentioned early on, even with the previous board, I believe, before we switched boards into this one, that even though it's, sales tax is looking good, I know Administrator Simonson and Finance Director Ms. Jill has indicated that, things aren't looking that bad. The state's $3 billion concerns are only 10% or a smaller percentage of their budget. But as I mentioned several times, some of our small businesses, our restaurants are going to give it a go. How long can a restaurant who needs to operate at 80% to 90% to 100% capacity 3 to 4 days a week at 50% capacity are going to make it to December, are going to make it to this time next year? So as Trustee Wall indicated, small businesses, the entrepreneurial spirit is there and they're going to give it a go. The Walnut Group in Boulder, City of Boulder, kind of a foodie community if you think about it. The Med, they own the Med, Via Perla, and I can't remember the name of the French cuisine restaurant. They're saying they can't make it, they're not going to give it an attempt. They can't, at 50% they can't operate, they're shutting their doors.
Brasserie 1010.
What's that?
It's Brasserie 1010.
Yeah, thank you. Now, whether that's because they actually had leases coming due on their buildings and better to forego the lease negotiations, don't know. Time will tell. But on the surface, as I've read in some other restaurant periodicals around the country, 50% capacity is not going to cut it in the restaurant business. So things are looking good. Looks like the harm didn't hit us as hard as we thought it would, but we still may see harm coming come September, come December, come next spring. So I don't want to start counting eggs before they're hatched. So it's just my statement on the finances. Thank you.
Any further comments? Moving on, wastewater treatment facility report.
Good evening, Mayor and Trustees. Aaron Kaplan, Director of Utilities and Engineering. So for our first wastewater treatment facility report, we started out with the monthly testing reports. So I presented what gets submitted to the state each month. It's called a discharge monitoring report, and it contains the various items that we have to test. It's made up of 3 parts. I wasn't going to go into all the details. Over time. We can start to dig into them a little more. I thought for this meeting, we would try to keep it at a higher level, just to give the overview, and then can start to dig in as questions come up. And one part is there are 3 different submissions here. One of them is that testing things on the outfall as it leaves the wastewater treatment plant. That's the first 2 pages of this DMR. The third one is a test of the actual creek or the receiving water. We only test the temperature there, but that is something that gets tested. And then there are tests that are done on the influent. So those were the 3 different types of tests. When our concerns right now, as most of us have heard, are the copper level and the biochemical oxygen demand. In that first page, you notice that was the only one with an X. That's been the only one we've had a violation on. The BOD, we've not actually had a violation. It's not listed as a violation. The biochemical oxygen demand, or BOD, is a concern about trying to build more and trying to do more with your wastewater treatment facility. So that's why it's slightly different. But I wanted to get into those 2 items in a little more detail. So I put together and pulled up basically a listing of the copper sample results. I don't know if it's better for me to show you the screens or if you can just go through on your own screens. The copper sample results, I went back to August of 2019. Those were the numbers I had at hand. Again, noting that the limit is 2.2, and you'll see they were all higher until this May number where we actually made the limit. So this last month was the first time we should not show a violation of the copper. Note, this is a new requirement. We were always required to report what we had, but there was not an actual limitation on that until August. Some point last year was when it actually became required to meet this 2.2 limit. I then had found a report online that actually shows the biochemical oxygen demand, the total pounds that the state says our plant is recording. Again, I would note that these are based on tests, and so this is not an actual number that's there, but it's based on an estimate from our testing reports. And the trend, as you can see, 6,000, 5,000, 3,000, down to 2,000, and then down to 1,500 pounds per year. They don't actually look at pounds per year, but I thought it would be interesting for you to see the trend of that going down, that it has been looking to be getting better over the years. When this plant was first developed and there were really big concerns, it was 2014, 2015, we were looking back at those numbers in 16 and 17 saying, wait, that's extremely high. The more important numbers for BOD, maybe just looking at the day-to-day, which goes on to page 8 of the report, that has some individual BOD numbers on a daily basis or the actual testing date basis. So if you look through some of those numbers going down 2018, you can see that there are some up in the thousands, 900, 700, 900, 900, 800. We do start to get a few 600, 500 in June and July, 1,400 in August. Going on to 2019, you have that 1,600 as the first one. I'm looking at pounds per day also, right? That's what this is showing for the BOD levels. And the limit on our plant is 705, but you may really want to be considered it to be 580. Oh, I meant to write it down, 580 or 560. It's really only 80% of that. At 80% of 705, you have to start looking into building a bigger plant. So we really have to be down below 600 to not have a concern with the state. And you'll see in 19, we started to get lower, but still not really low enough until the end of the year. I looked back at it and the trend goes from October of 2019, I think it was, October 11th, we had a 537. Oh, there is a 600 in November, but then below that, we're at 396, 355, 314, and going into 2020, we're staying 400, 300, 300. There is that one 589 in February, but otherwise, most of them have been down to 400 and below. So again, looking like it's getting much better on the pounds of BOD per day for what we need to show the state. So those were the numbers on some of the testing that we've done. I then pulled up the recent concerns about CDPHE violations. And CDPHE is the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, which is who regulates the wastewater treatment plant. And in early May, we did receive this compliance advisory notice regarding the temperature and its activities to meet the temperature limit. And the second one is activities to meet the dissolved copper limit. These are reports that needed to be filed with the state. They were scheduled for November of last year and June of last year. So in May of this year, they were advising us that these were not met at that time. The submissions were sent in, so I included on pages 11 and 12 the responses that were sent in with regard to what our plans are for copper and for this temperature limit. The temperature limit is something that will come into play in 2024, but we have to be working on plans to meet that. With copper, we needed to submit our final plan to show how we were actually going to meet that limit. And so we submitted what had been done starting May of 2019, implemented the high strength waste classification. In February of 2020, we implemented an ordinance to require businesses that were in the high strength category of that classification to install sampling ports. In April of 2020, we implemented an ordinance for a wastewater pretreatment program. In May of 2020, we started one business, started side streaming to try to work on the copper. And we have the results of that. 1 month of it is now the first month where we did meet the limit of 2.2. And that's what the state wanted to see, is what we were doing to meet that limit. So that's what was listed there and that we're continuing to monitor. I then replied for what we're doing for the temperature concerns. And this one had to go a little bit more with Ramey Environmental, also putting in what we're doing on that. But it goes through some of the different processes at the wastewater plant that raise the temperature and what we're looking at doing to reduce that temperature, including there's ultraviolet disinfection, which raises the temperature, and what we might do to reduce that. The fact that if we had some bigger holding tanks, the water could be held longer and the temperature could go down. So those were the replies back to the state with regards to those violations. The third part of that, there was another violation notice we got, which was again for not meeting the copper requirement of 2.2. Again, this was a notice that we received in mid-May that we hadn't met that violation in February. So we will also get one for March and for April because we know we did not meet those. This is just the time frame for the state to send us out the notice, and it's included in there for you to read and see how they word their notices and what they're doing. And then they included the listing of the various violations. Then I went on to the permitting, and the permitting doesn't have an actual page in the report. That was just based on emails that we've had recently. Tracy and I have been trying to communicate with the state, in particular with regards to the fact that we have this new outfall. We're waiting to get it turned on and to get it going. But the permit section of CDPHE appears that they will not be budging. And the last email from the permit section was that they will review and prioritize renewal permits in the South Platte Basin in 2021 or 2022. So there's not a whole lot of hope there. It doesn't seem like the other organizations that might be able to have an influence are able to get them to do much. Their one recommendation was to look into what they're calling a general permit. This was something I wasn't aware of, and in my passing it on to Ramey, they said they would also, Ramey, our wastewater treatment plant operator, and letting them know that there was a recommendation for a general permit instead of the individual permit that we have now. They said they would also start reviewing that to see if the testing results are more liberal. Maybe we don't have to meet the same standards. We really need to look into that and what that all means, what happens if we move to a general permit. But their reasoning behind that was, if you move to a general permit, you can get a renewal now. You could move to get the outfall done now, even though you're still waiting for a review. You wouldn't have to wait until 2021 or 2022 for a review. So that's worth looking into and to see what the effects of that are. The fourth section of the report, which was on page 15, was with regards to the testing port installation and the pre-treatment compliance. I haven't had too much on the testing port installation. We are down to where we have 3 businesses that are in the high strength category that would be required to have a sampling port based on the recent regulations the town put in place. One of those actually falls into a category that's regulated by the EPA and more stringent standards, and that industry has to meet certain regulations that went into effect or that go into effect in July. And my communication with that business is that they are working to get that done, and that would mean complete removal of any of their high strength waste. I would note that it's not copper that they have a concern with, but they would fall into this category. They would be removing it, and therefore they would probably be at least lowered out of the high strength category. So putting us at 2 different businesses that have the testing port installation. One of them has been working on that, or at least communicating with what's needed, looking into it. The other one, I've not had any response back other than they would pass that on to the person who's responsible for taking care of that. I did want to go through, though, we did the side streaming testing to see how that would affect the copper, because the one high strength facility or the one business with high strength that was a concern about high strength copper did do their side streaming. And so on page 15, I included the results. We have the wastewater treatment facilities effluent, which is what gets reported to the state. And that's that first column. You'll see the test started the 20th of April. The first test was 3.5, then 3.3, dropping down to 2.2. It'd go to 2.4. Then by the end of May, 1.8. And the last one I saw was at 1.9. So we are seeing a reduction there. In discussion on that, there is a consideration that copper, being a heavy metal, can sink and can sit in some places. So it's something that may not be able to be removed immediately. And as soon as you stop putting it in, it's gone. But over time, if you're reducing the overall input, that's what we might be seeing there. We did also do some tests at the lift, at 2 of the lift stations, just for some comparison. And those numbers are much higher. I didn't find any real correlation or anything that stood out in those. The Stone Canyon lift station, which is the one that does receive the business's affluent who was doing the side streaming, was slightly higher. Again, there's one that wasn't and one that was pretty comparable to the other lift station. So we are continuing to do some more tests. You'll notice those numbers are much higher. We're still talking about micrograms per liter, but a lot of the copper, because it's a heavy metal, does get hauled away in the sludge that gets hauled away. So we really need to be concerned with that effluent. And you can see by this results that 1 month, it does appear that that makes a difference. So I need to talk with that business more about what we're going to do going forward. The 5th portion of that report was significant wastewater treatment facility costs. As Finance Director Johnson mentioned, the sludge hauling was down. So the $5,200 for the month of May compared to about $1,500 a month for the first 3 months is saving us about $10,000. Again, we had budgeted more for the lower number and the other was going up. So it's not going to help meet the budget in any capacity, but at least we are back to what we should be with the centrifuge back in place. The 6th part of the report was just to give the monthly update on what was collected in the high strength surcharge, going through the 3 categories of that classification table. There are those businesses that fall in the high category, those businesses that fall in the medium category, and those businesses that fall in the low category. Other businesses that are below that are considered the residential and the same amount as the high strength BOD that a residential customer might have. So those were the surcharges there. And then the monthly professional fees. I do actually have some, I don't think the attorney's fees are correct. I found out just the other day that the coding of those were not what I expected. And I had coded things differently than where finance was coding some of the fees, in particular with Honeywell, which I hadn't been seeing, that was being handled somewhere else. So that may get adjusted and be much higher next month. We can look that over. The engineer's fees are that $3,900 that Director Johnson mentioned for the final portion. Actually, there's one more, I believe. JVA has finished the re-rating. I believe I've mentioned that to you at one of the last meetings. And so their final invoices are being paid on the design to improve the wastewater treatment facility to be able to handle more high strength waste. And then I also included for the final portion, part 8, which is pages 16 through 18, Ramey's monthly report, which goes through all of their daily operations, what they've done. And the final one, which was included, it may be a clearer or a simpler way to do a little bit of comparison on some of the test results. So page 18, at the very end there, you can compare this month to this month last year. So the average influent flow was the maximum influent flow was also slightly higher. That means on one particular day, we had a higher amount than we had before. Nothing really significant there. The BOD level, again, with 808 milligrams per liter last May and 383 this May. So again, significantly down. They do give that measurement in milligrams per liter and pounds per day. Another one that's high strength is called TSS. That also was down from 743 milligrams per liter to 417. So just showing a trend of improvement on these high strength wastes. think that was about it of significance on the report. So that's the first of the wastewater treatment facility reports. We can try to dig into a few more details, but I thought that would at least give some information on a higher level and something for you guys to peruse in your leisurely reading.
Excellent report, Director Kaplan. Are there any questions for Director Kaplan? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Two questions. One, I think I know the answer to this, but the effect of CDPHE's, I guess, inability to get to re-permitting until 2021 or 2022 means that the town could not connect any new customers to the Eastern Corridor sewer line until we get that permit, unless this general permit option becomes viable. Is that right?
I talked just recently again with the EPA, and again, this was the only thing that was needed on the Eastern Corridor was the construction.
Aaron,
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Aaron, you sound like Darth Vader.
Yeah.
Must be the internet connection. We see if it gets better. Is it improving?
You're breaking up again.
Maybe Town Administrator Simonson could answer that about what the effect of not having a new permit is.
Their communication to us is no one can start using the system until that is done. However, if we are continuing to work with them in good faith and meeting the projected permit limits, which are going to be actually going up in the next phase, I think they'll continue to work with us. Aaron, is that accurate, or were you going to say something else?
That's what I was going to say, that according to the official, am I still breaking up?
Yes.
Yes.
No, it's the same.
Okay, but I agree with that.
Okay. Trustee Caravas?
Trustee Caravas.
Did Mayor Pro Tem have two questions or just the one?
So let me make sure I understood that. So if we, for example, had a new business in the Eastern Corridor that wanted to connect to the new sewer line, there's a possibility we could go to CDPHE and ask for like a one-time exception because the permit's sitting on hold. Is that a possibility?
I don't know. I don't know that that's the situation. If it was a business that didn't have any unusual effluent, if it was just residential effluent, that's probably not going to be a problem. But certainly if it's anything beyond a residence, that will take some work.
Okay, and then secondly, on the testing ports, I guess it'll ultimately be two businesses that are in the high strength category. Their deadline is still September 30th, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. That's all I had.
Trustee Caravas.
I was going to ask Aaron to explain something, but since it sounds like he's talking in a voice box now, that maybe that won't be the best idea. But just so, I think the people on the board have heard this before, but mainly for the people that are in the general public that are listening, that 2.2 limit on copper, the way I've listened to it in the UEB meetings, speaking with Aaron and the members of that board, that's something that's kind of, you get it arbitrarily assigned to you. There could be a community the exact same size, similar businesses, that has a 3.4 or 3.5 limit. Well, 2.2 is assigned to Lions, and we can spend a lot of money and try to get a limit set for us and have it reviewed by engineers. And I think Aaron at one time with the UEB just here recently kind of was going to look at what the costs were. I think the costs were approaching $20,000 plus for another study on top of all the other studies we've done. And I don't think it's necessarily feasible at this time. That 2.2 is something that if it continues to be a problem with us, that we might be able to get it changed. But my understanding also, maybe Administrator Simonson might know though, you pay that kind of money to have that study done, and they still could give you 2.2 or could give us 2.0. And that's a possibility too. Is that not correct?
Sure. Aaron, do you want to try again?
My video just in case that helps.
No.
Okay, well, that's fine. But that 2.2 is something we possibly can try to change, but it'll cost a lot of money. And I'm not quite sure if we could also shoot ourselves, have a slight chance of shooting ourselves in the foot. I would just like to thank staff, the UEB, Aaron Kaplan, who was the director or the chair of the UEB these last 3 or 4 years, dealing with the rewriting of the entire code for utilities, at the same time going through multiple rate increases for the board to discuss and go through, at the same time working on this all the new ordinances of high strength, medium strength, low strength, the testing ports all at the same time, getting us. And it looks like those numbers are starting to come down on the daily load. And I'd just like to say thanks to the staff and the UEB and Aaron Kaplan, who's both. It really helped us, and we put the staff and in the board, the past boards, put a lot of I guess, put a lot on your plate all at the same time. And you guys have come through and appreciate it. So please pass it on, and I will too, to the UEB. Thank you.
Any further questions for Director Kaplan? If not, thank you, Aaron. We'll move on to Administrator's report.
Okay, I'm going to make this really quick. It's been a lot of information already. I want to kind of respond to what Trustee Caravas said earlier about the need potentially for small businesses to need assistance well into the fall of this year if we have a second surge. We are working very closely with Boulder County and its municipalities on this third tranche of CARES Act funding. Boulder County is going to be receiving $27 million toward COVID expenses that they have incurred since this began. And so Alliance has been participating in those meetings. And right now, it appears that if we are interested, we will need to opt into the program through DOLA. So first of all, I need a nod to opt in. There's not a lot to it. It's a small application. But basically what it will mean is then Lions will be eligible for somewhere around, it's not definite yet, somewhere around $80,000 to $89,000 of COVID funding. Okay, so we are working on a potential agreement to present to all of our elected official boards, and I'm hoping we'll have that next month for you guys. But basically, they said we can either use it on expenses to date, or you can absorb those and put together some kind of a program that has to be adopted prior to, they haven't set the date yet, but they're thinking prior to September 1, that will be another round of funding you can offer your business community. And those would be grants, not loans. So we'll need to talk about this a little further when I bring forward this agreement next month. But I want you to know that we really haven't incurred an inordinate amount of expenses to date, thank goodness, because we haven't been responsible to set up any type of hospital units or anything like that. So keep that in mind as we're talking about the need to assist businesses later this year. Second of all, COVID update, good news, bad news. The state did issue their 5th Amendment to their safer at home orders last week, which opened up businesses a little further. And I don't know if you want me to go through those, but they were in my report, or if you want me to do that for the business community, I sure can. Basically what is happening is they are now preparing for the next phase. They're taking input on the state website. So if you have an interest in the next phase, it's going to be called Protect Your Neighbor, and that will go into place sometime in July. And they are, like I said, taking input. It's not been released yet. The bad news is that Boulder County was really doing good on our cases, and we were averaging 4 cases a day for almost 3 weeks. And then this past weekend, we had a huge spike in numbers of almost 20 cases of COVID in Boulder County. And so what that means is we had the ability to file for a variance for some of our businesses. I'm going to say particularly the outdoor wedding venues. we were working with the county on a variance request to submit to the state. And unfortunately, the number one rule to even be able to apply a variance is that you have not had an increase in number for 2 weeks. So we were notified today by Jeff Zayek, the Boulder County Public Health official, that no variances will even be considered now for at least 2 weeks. So that's the bad news. So the current standard for outdoor events, or what they've classified now as life right events. So births, wedding, funerals, bar mitzvahs, graduations, those things. If it's an event where people tend to hug and get close to each other, they have now put a max on that of 50% of the capacity of an indoor building or 50 people. And then outdoor, you may have more than 50 people if you have the space to socially distance and if you get permission from Boulder County Public Health. So, and that's only for the actual rite. That does not include a reception. So we have 5 wedding venues in the area that are asking us to help support them to reopen. And right now, the latest rule is you can reopen for the actual wedding up to as much space as you have to socially distance, but you can't have a reception with over 10 people. So that's kind of the latest one right now, but unfortunately with the spike we had, it's going to put a total kibosh on all variances for a few weeks. Okay. I do want to talk just really briefly about the parking and the parks. As you guys have witnessed yourself, I'm sure the parking in town is crazy on the weekends. And actually our park host said it's not even just Saturday, Sunday anymore, it's Friday through Monday. So this past week, we opened up the parking in our parks 100%, and we still had significant overflow into the residential streets to the point where one street, they feel like a fire truck would not have been able to get down their street. So if the board wants to provide any guidance, that'd be great. But if not, at the staff level, we're planning to talk tomorrow about the concept of when the parking is full, we say the park is full and don't allow more people in. Because it's just not safe in town. As you heard about the trash situation, all 3 of our parks, major parks, all need us to bring in more dumpsters. We need more code enforcement to enforce. So that's just kind of the next step we need to talk about. Let's see. Someone asked me to bring up Shady Lane Mobile Home Park Development. At the Planning Commission meeting on last Monday, Philip Strom, who is one of our, it's kind of a loaned staff from Longmont who oversees our CDBG DR program for us, is doing a capstone project for his master's in urban planning. And he chose to take Shady Lane development and to put together a plan of how could we redevelop that, but not lose the people that are already there and still provide affordable housing, but with up-to-date conditions and connection to sewer and water and those things. So his plan is available. I now have it electronically and one hard copy being circulated, but probably a good read for any of us that knowing that that's in our primary planning area and an option for affordable housing. Then 2 other real quick items is the Lions Ditch Company. Every year about this time when the river gets called and they can no longer draw from the river to water to irrigate throughout town, they request from the town to lease our remaining CBT units. And this year, usually it's pretty common, they ask for 8 CBT units to be leased so that they can continue to have irrigation water through the end of the season. Northern Water sets the lease rate every year, depending on how much water is available. So this year they're assessing water at $46.50 per share. And so the Lions Ditch would pay $372 to lease water to get them through the rest of the year. This is something that has been done administratively in the past, and I'm not sure how this board feels about that, or if you want it to come to the Board of Trustees, but I do need some guidance. And I can do that at the end, I guess. And then we typically have a Lions Urban Renewal Authority meeting at the last Thursday of the month. There has been no activity in that area at all with COVID. So I'm wondering if the board wants to continue to hold their June 25th meeting, or if they want to continue to postpone it. So those are a few things I could use a little guidance on tonight.
Okay. Well, we could make the decision now, can we not?
Sure.
I think that you should handle the Lions Ditch administratively. And personally, I don't think we have much to discuss right now in regard to the URA, but I'll let the rest of the trustees make comment on that. Trustee Lowell.
Administrator Simonson, I was under the impression that when we talked about the parking in the parks the first time, that at that point, to accomplish social distancing, we were going to have a 50% parking within the parks. Yes. And once that was filled, it was shut off and nobody else was going to come in. Now we're at 100% parking in the parks. And you're suggesting that once that 100% is achieved, nobody walking, crawling, running, biking, nobody gets in the park. Do you find that that's a tenable solution? I mean, at Laverne Johnson Park, I can see where that would work. I don't see that working at Bone Park.
Well, both of them have the ability to have a gate, you know, to monitor that. I am just very concerned, especially with what just happened in the county with this COVID, where they said it was a group of protesters and a large gathering on the hill that caused it. The last thing I want to do is have Lions be on the news for being a hot spot, and then our own businesses can't reopen because we're letting too many people congregate in a park. You know, so I think we have to balance that.
No, I don't get me wrong. I totally agree with you.
We would have to have some additional enforcement at the gates.
So that's to Mayor Pro Tem Browning's point when he asked Bill Christ, maybe we need to hire a sheriff's deputy, especially at Laverne Johnson Park.
Yeah.
I don't expect Crystal to be able to handle that load.
Absolutely not. None of our staff, not even Trident, really are capable. People, you know, again, most people are good and play well, but you always get a handful that can just cause it to escalate. And when that happens, you need someone who has authority to be at the gate.
I would suggest then that we go ahead and give you direction to get an additional sheriff's deputy at those locations on Saturday and Sunday, and then use that COVID-19 funding to pay for that deputy, because after all, it really is part of the COVID-19 prevention. That's why we have him or her there.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I agree with Trustee Lowell. I think it's unrealistic to expect town staff or Trident to police parking and people trying to come in and physically tell them they can't come in. We need to hire an extra deputy. If we got 100% of the parking, particularly in Laverne Johnson Park, that's bringing in revenue. So that's simply a cost of running a full park on the weekends, the way I see it. I agree with the mayor on the Lions Ditch. That's a small dollar amount. It's been done consistently over the years. Don't need to bring that to the board. With respect to the URA, toward the end of the last board term, discussions were underway about a number of URA issues, with the idea being suggested primarily by former trustee Drystat, that before the board proceeded with further URA commitments in the Eastern Corridor in particular, that the Lions Board of Trustees, not the URA Commission, have a general discussion about what he termed putting guardrails on the URA. Before we started making commitments to developers out there or committing ultimately town funds, because the URA still operates in the red, that we would talk about such things such as, when would town sales tax be used to finance the Eastern Corridor URA, if ever? Would the town ever agree to step up with what's called a moral obligation to back a loan to a developer out there? Those are big controversial issues. And the suggestion was we should talk about those, maybe formulate some guardrails before moving forward with URA. So logically, to me, that if this board is also so inclined, we should have those discussions first, particularly when the URA is basically on hold right now. For the new board members, there were months and months of negotiations between the URA and the Lions Fire Protection District about tax sharing in the Eastern Corridor. Those negotiations were not very, were contentious, let's put it that way. The parties remained far apart. And then when the COVID hit, the fire district and the town basically both agreed, we've got other priorities to deal with right now. We need to put this on hold. But we can't proceed with a plan for the Eastern Corridor URA until first, really, the fire district that issue has to be resolved with them either through negotiation or mediation. We still don't have an IGA, I don't think, finalized with Boulder County, which is very important because their tax mills are very high. And then there's the added problem of the hygiene fire district needing to be brought into the picture, because we originally thought that their small area in the Eastern Corridor would be annexed into the Lions Fire District, but the Lions Fire District has told us that's not going to happen. So also an IGA needs to be negotiated with the hygiene fire district. With none of those things close to being done at this point, and the fire district going through obvious governance issues right now, doesn't seem like to me that we should proceed with the URA meeting with nothing to do without first deciding where we're going in terms of do we want to put guardrails on the URA or not. We ought to tackle that first before we proceed with more URA meetings, because every time we have a URA meeting, there's expense involved, attorney's fees and that sort of thing. So let's decide where we're going with it first before we just have meetings for the sake of having meetings, would be my position.
Any other comments? Very articulate, Mayor Pro Tem Browning. Okay. Madam Administrator, are you finished?
Sir, unless there's more questions.
Any more questions for Madam Administrator? Trustee Watt.
Administrator Simonson, in your administrator report, you suggested that perhaps the budget meetings could be held in person at Town Hall. I just wanted to see if the rest of the board, that would require 28 square feet per person. So I'm just wondering if we have that space and if that's really the plan that the Board of Trustees would like to move forward with.
It was really, the mayor and I were talking about how these kind of discussions sometimes feel constrained because you don't have that, that you don't have the same level of facial expression and interaction that you do when you're in person. But our boardroom is set up right now that we can have 8 of us. And so we certainly could do that if people have an interest in doing it in person. If you're not comfortable with that, you could still Zoom in, and we can still Zoom in the public. So it's really just up to the board. It was, the town clerk and I are hearing from some of the other communities that they're starting gradually to have some of their decision-making bodies join in person when they have the room to do that. So it's just a suggestion, but definitely if we're not ready with this spike, we certainly don't have to.
Thank you.
I'm in Town Hall.
I know. Me too.
I love it. I love the dais. Thank you.
So what do others think? Is that something we should try or wait?
I won't be coming. I'll be zooming in.
Okay. Any other comments? All right. Counselor, legal update?
Yeah, thank you, Mary Angela. Just a couple things. First, I want to update the board on the Paul Freisig matter and the eviction process the town has been undergoing. When we last spoke, I mentioned that we had an order from the court, one, giving the town immediate possession of the property, and then two, an order for attorney's fees. Since that time, the town gave notice Mr. Freisig to be off his property, which I believe that our property, and I believe that time has passed. But Mr. Freisig filed a motion that was kind of indeterminate as to what exactly he was asking for, other than to set aside the judgment of the court. And it contained a number of additional counterclaims, and it was asking for 90 days to disconnect utilities and a whole kind of slew of things. He called it a motion to set aside. It was filed last Thursday, and the court denied that motion on Friday. And so the court did not even give the town the opportunity to respond. It was simply denied, without much explanation, other than it wasn't a legally recognizable filing, that it wasn't properly done, and that it was denied. And this court will not set aside, one, the default judgment, and two, the attorney's fees. So that's kind of the latest on that issue. We did file for our attorney's fees, I think, also on Thursday, and so the court has not ruled on that issue yet. So that's my first thing, if there's any questions on that matter.
Are there any questions for Counselor on that matter? Proceed, Counselor. Oh, Trustee Watt.
Just a quick question. I'm sorry if I missed it, Brendan. Did you say there was no action on the legal fees determination at this point from the court?
Not at this point. The court did order us to submit our legal fees to the court for review, and we filed those on Thursday, but they have not yet been ruled upon.
Any further questions? Next issue, Counselor.
So the next issue, I want to briefly talk about what's been going on in the legislative session, and particularly with concern to the bill that's really kind of sucked all the oxygen out of the room in the state legislature, and that's SB 2217. And this concerns, really peace officer and law enforcement reform, and it does have an impact on the town. And so I just want to kind of briefly summarize what that bill does. And it has a number of different parts to it. It is a pretty big bill, and there's a lot really going on with regards to police reform in Colorado. But first, what it does is it expands criminal liability for peace officers, and that is effective on September 1st, 2020, including severely limiting the situations in which peace officers may use deadly force. It bans chokeholds of any kind under any circumstances, including specifically the cartoid hold, which is what killed George Floyd. And it also makes it a crime to fail to intervene or report when excessive force has been used. And if you do any of these things, if you have criminal liability for willful or wanton performance as a peace officer, then your post-certification is what certifies someone as a police officer, will be stripped from you. So that's kind of the criminal side of what it changes. What really affects the town specifically is the changes for civil liability. And so right now, police officers fall under governmental immunity, and so long as they're operating within, their job duties, that there is qualified immunity for those actions, including use of force, so long as it wasn't willful and wanton and outside of basically their duties. And I don't think I have to explain to you kind of the problematic history of that at times. This part of what is really being discussed on a national level is the extent of that immunity. And what this act does is severely decrease the amount of immunity that's out there. And so there is no more qualified immunity anymore for peace officers if they basically have any criminal liability. If you found to have criminal liability, then your government immunity goes away. If you fail to intervene because that's now a criminal act, then your government immunity also goes away. And there's a broad exposure to both attorney's fees as a municipality or a police officer who is defending one of these actions. But the one part for municipalities that did put up there is generally the rule is that we have to pay for the damages and settlements caused by these. However, if there is a bad faith act by a peace officer or police officer, then basically it caps the damages that municipalities have to pay at $25,000. So, and then the rest would be on the officer. And if the officer is convicted of a criminal violation, then we were relieved of any indemnification obligation of that officer. And so there really is a lot of changes for governmental immunity with regard to police officers. And this is not just use of force cases, this is any act by a police officer. And so it is a pretty massive change in kind of the history of police officer liability in Colorado. And there are additional standards and disciplinary standards for police officers, including that everyone must now use a body camera at all times. If you tamper or turn off that body camera, then it's a disciplinary issue. That basically any criminal liability because of excessive use of force or a body camera violation you can lose your certification as a peace officer. Permanent if it's one of those criminal violations. Temporary if it's a body camera violation. Permanent if it's failure to intervene. And if you fail to complete training, that can also be a permanent revocation if it's a pattern of behavior. And so I think that's kind of the summary of the changes that are being done. There's also some various operational issues about reporting certain things to district attorneys, and that impact projectiles and pepper spray are no longer allowed to be deployed against protests. And so this is really a wide-ranging ordinance, but I thought the board should at least be aware of it, even though it's pretty new, and the analysis is just not really coming out on all of its different mandates and provisions, because it does potentially affect the liability of the town if there were to be an issue with its police officers. And so that's kind of my very broad summary of that legislation.
Thank you, Counselor. Any questions for Counselor on that issue? Would anybody prefer a break, or do you want to just move on? What's the pleasure of the board?
I'm good to move on.
Move on? Okay. Ordinances and public hearings. Madam Clerk, would you please read Resolution 2020-95 into the record?
Oh, I'm sorry. I think you mean Ordinance 1084, sir.
I meant resolution. The first one I have is Resolution 2020.
Oh, that's on the consent agenda. We have the public hearing on Ordinance 1084.
Okay.
Okay, second reading, public hearing, Ordinance 1084, an ordinance of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of Chapter 1, Articles 1, 4, and 5 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning civil enforcement of the Lyons Municipal Code.
Staff report.
Trustee Browning, or Mayor Pro Tem Browning, do you have a question before we start?
Yeah, we got into this a little bit at the agenda meeting this afternoon. I think there's two different versions of the agenda going around. The one that is posted online does have Resolution 2020-95 under ordinances and public hearings as the item for there's a written one that Mayor Angelo had this afternoon, but the one that's posted in the public that you call up when you get to the town website has as Roman numeral 9, part 1, Resolution 2020-95. It's the ballot language for the weed ordinance.
What is the proper procedure, Counselor?
I would recommend doing it as posted, and I see 2020-95 as being the first one as well. And it's under public hearings for some reason. However, that is the first issue, so that's why I would recommend doing, considering it was noticed that way.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, could you proceed per Counselor's advice?
Yep, absolutely. Let me get back. All right, Resolution 2020-95, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, referring a ballot question concerning whether the town should add a new section to Chapter 7, Article 5, Noxious Weed Management of the Lyons Municipal Code, which would require the Town of Lyons, Colorado, and its contractors to only use substances on its public lands which are allowed in the most current U.S. Department of Agriculture National Organic Program, the National List of Allowed and Prohibited Substances.
Since it's not a public hearing, I'll entertain a motion to approve Resolution 2020-95.
So moved. I move that we approve Resolution 2020-95.
Do I have a second? I have a second. Trustee Lowell. Any discussion? Trustee Caravas.
I've got a question to the attorney on the, I believe it's the fifth whereas.
All right, let me pull it up real quick.
Yep. I'm backtracking myself on the change here, so just hang on myself. The one indicating soil testing for several non-persistent synthetic herbicides and lines has measured wither residual levels. I don't know if that's worded correctly.
Yeah, I mean, the issue here is that we're required to do it as.
I know, but the whereas it says it was measured. Why don't we indicate what the actual what the measurements indicate? I do believe staff has reported to us that there was minimal, if any residuals in those tests. Is that not correct, Madam Administrator?
Actually, this is the one that Director Cosgrove is on the phone. He was working on this more closely with attorney. Do you remember this part?
Director Cosgrove?
Hello, yes, Mayor and trustees. So these tests were actually not done by town staff or the town. They were funded through the SOSWAP group. Or perhaps the Ecology Board. I would have to look at the information again.
I remember they applied for a grant and got it.
It was through the Lions Community Foundation. We do not know the exact sites where these were taken from. We have locations, and they were done in 2019 and 2020 for specific substances. Glyphosate in 2019, if I'm correct, and then a couple of other substances that the town used in different areas. And yes, they came back as either non-detected or parts per billion or parts per million.
And so why are we not indicating?
I don't have the exact numbers, here in front of me right now.
Okay, so then why, Brandon, are we putting out something to the people to vote on that doesn't have truthful information to it?
Because under state law, we're required to put whatever the petitioners put on their ordinance, their referred ordinance. I think there is I'm trying to pull up the exact language right now. I think that wither is a mistake, but other than that, that is what they put on.
The state of Colorado allows me to come up with a petition that says a bunch of BS and lying. As long as I get enough signatures, we can make a law out of it.
That is currently the state of the law, and it's been attempted to be changed many times.
Huh.
Trustee Caravas, I think.
Trustee Lowell.
I think that the reason, one of the reasons, at least for me, is why we're allowing this to go to election by the residents is so that we can have the debate on some of the issues surrounding this, including the residual findings that you're referencing.
So are we as a staff, or as we as staff and a board going to post that so the townspeople have the truthful information?
Have your discussion.
I don't know. I don't know whether it's up to us or whether it's for opponents of the bill to do so. I have seen these figures. I have them somewhere in my files because we saw them on the ecology board.
I'm aware of that.
The Parks and Rec Commission has also seen them, and we had a discussion at the Parks and Rec Commission that we would also like an open debate on this issue as it's put before the electorate.
Okay.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
Did I point out that whereas makes no linguistic sense whatsoever? It's got words in there that don't even make any sense. So, but
Yeah.
we're obligated to put something on the ballot. Apparently, we're legally obligated to put something on the ballot that doesn't even read. You can't even make sense out of what it reads. It reads, whereas soil testing for several non-persisting synthetic herbicides in lions has measured wither residual levels over several months and into years after their application. It doesn't even make sense. So, but if enough citizens sign an ordinance that has complete nonsense in it, we're required to put it on there.
Yeah,
That's what we're being advised. So if that's how we're being advised, I guess we have to vote yes.
So I just checked the petition again, and that's how it reads with the exception of the wither. So that needs to go. But other than that, the way it reads in the petition is soil testing for several non-processing synthetic herbicides in lions has measured residual levels over several months and into years after their application. That's the way it reads on their petition.
Makes no sense whatsoever.
So could somebody legally explain what the hell that means?
I mean, legally, I can't give you what it means, but I think what the intent, if I were to guess behind the drafter's intent, is that, according to them at least, that several non-persisting synthetic herbicides in lions have, when they've done testing and measured, months and years after their application, they've been able to test for that and find it. That's what they're trying to say. What is it artfully drafted? No, but it's not. I mean, we basically have to put this on the ballot as is. There's no changing their language.
Trustee Rogan.
Thank you. So I share the concerns of my fellow trustees here, and I am curious about two things. One is, when is the last date by which the petitioners can decide to not put this on a ballot? And the second question is, how much progress has been made with, I think Bob Breckenridge was heading up an effort to work with the petitioners so that we can avoid having this election with this ballot language.
Director Cosgrove, do you have an update on that?
I cannot speak to the date. Clerk Vasquez may be able to answer. Call the office.
Speak of the progress of
I can't speak to that. A proposal has been drafted. Mr. Brackenridge has reached out to the petitioners, and they are willing to come to the table, at least. So he has drafted a proposal and has spoken to the Ecology Board on a process moving forward, and Mayor Angelo. And we are meeting on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Mr. Brackenridge, myself, and Ian Brighton, the chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, to go over that proposal and everyone's comments and next steps.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much.
And Town Clerk Vasquez, as to the last date that the ballot measure can be pulled by the sponsors.
They can pull it as long as it has not been printed on the ballot. We can always pass a resolution that rescinds this resolution, setting it to a ballot measure. And I still have not heard back from Boulder County on, they're trying to overhaul all of their stuff with COVID. So as soon as I were to get a drop date for when I would need to submit something from them, I could let the board know. But that's what I was told, is if we pass it, we follow protocol, they choose to pull it. We just need to pass a resolution rescinding this one.
Thank you very much. Any further questions, comments?
So one point of clarification on
Yes,
this
sir.
issue. So the whereases, will not show up on the ballot. The only thing that shows up on the ballot is that information in black, which I can read for you. Once I get back, I'm sorry, I have so many things up now. So, it's the text initiated ordinance, but the whereas clauses are not contained in there. So the question will show up is, shall the voters of the town of Lyons adopt an ordinance requiring the town of Lyons and its contractors to only use substances allowed in the most current listing by the U.S. Department of Agricultural National Organic Program national list of allowed prohibited substances on town managed property. And so that is what will show up on the ballot. That is drafted by the town. And so that's, what I have drafted to try to distill the intent of their ordinance. What'll show up in the code if this passes, is that commencing on January 1st, 2021, all weed controlled up for the town of Lyons, there's contractors, so on and so forth. That's what'll show up in the code. So the whereas clauses, for all effective purposes, are not going to show up anywhere at the end of the day. And then just to reiterate, the town, basically its review here is just to say that the ballot language accurately reflects what the intent of the referred ordinance is. We can't change the actual text of the ordinance itself. And that's, the infinite wisdom of the General Assembly decided that. There's nothing really we can do about it.
Any further comments? If not, I'll call for a vote on Resolution 2020-95. Madam Clerk?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Only because I have to. Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Ditto what Mayor Pro Tem Browning said. Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Resolution 2020-95 passes unanimously. Madam Clerk, could you read the second reading of Ordinance 1084 into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Second reading, public hearing, ordinance 1084, an ordinance of the town of Lyons, Colorado, amending certain sections of Chapter 1, Articles 1, 4, and 5 of the Lyons Municipal Code concerning civil enforcement of the Lyons Municipal Code.
Okay. Could we have a staff report?
Hi, this is Brandon Dittman, town attorney again. We've been over this particular ordinance many times at this point. And really the intent here was to give the town additional enforcement options on non-criminal violations of the town code. I'm happy to put it up on screen either now or later. But really what we're doing here is a couple of things. One, we are creating the ability for any non-criminal violation of the town code to be written into municipal court for a termination, primarily for injunctive purposes to keep someone from continuing a violation of the town code, but also so we can get a judgment in some finality over that, yes, indeed, a violation of the code has occurred. Second, we are creating the ability of the town, in writing, at least in the town code, it already exists in our state law, but we can create a lien on someone's property for unpaid penalties of town violations. And then third, we're also updating the warrant provisions of the town code. Right now there is a provision in the town code where an administrative warrant can be we can get one from the municipal judge. However, the language is not very artful nor very protective of people. And so what I did was update that language in accordance with our other surrounding municipalities. And so just really strengthening those provisions concerning administrative warrants. And there's a number of other cleanup issues concerning definitions in the town code that I've corrected here as well. Happy to walk back through any section you would like concerning this. But and knowing that, we've done this 3 or 4 times now, I'm happy to forego that at this time. And if that's the board's desire.
No, I don't think so. I'll entertain a motion on ordinance 1084 if there's no further discussion.
Mayor Angelo, if I may, this is a second reading, so there does need to be a public hearing on this ordinance.
I thought that we made a motion and then took public hearing.
No, we'll close the staff presentation, open
That's
for
fine.
public hearing.
That's fine. I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 1084. If you wish to speak, please state your name and address for the record. Madam Administrator, do you see anybody that wishes to speak?
I don't see anyone wishing to speak.
Seeing that nobody wishes to speak, I will close the public hearing and entertain a motion on ordinance 1084.
I move to approve ordinance 1084 in second reading.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve ordinance 1084. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Angela, if you may.
Yes.
Now the discussion's been open, I have one additional thing I want to talk about. So during the mini workshops on this ordinance, there were a couple of changes that were suggested by the board. However, there was no amendment during first reading to enact these changes. So I have included them in this red line draft. I want to show them to the board what I believe those changes were. And so if we would like to make those changes, we'll need an amendment to enact them.
Of course. Could you go through those?
Yes, I will, sir. I'm scrolling down to them right now. And so one of the issues that was highlighted in the previous review of this during workshop was that there wasn't a process laid out for how notices of violation should be given. And so I created this new section D where notices of violations under this article, which is this code enforcement article, shall be served at the time by sending notice via certified mail or posting the notice in the violator's property. And so that's one change that I have drafted in response to the Board of Trustees feedback. The second was feedback concerning it wasn't clear what the separation between administrative and judicial enforcement of this code was. And so I drafted a second section here that says upon finding a violation of the code, the town shall administratively issue notices of violation, stating both the basis of the violation and the penalty. Unpaid penalties are collected in the manner set forth below, which is putting a lien on someone's property after notice. In the event of non-compliance with the notice of violation, the town is authorized to initiate an action in municipal court to enjoin a violation, order its abatement, and to receive a judgment for penalties as provided in the sections below. So those are the two changes I've made. I know the board's also thought about other changes. And so I'm happy to entertain any amendments at this time.
In regard to the two amendments, Counselor, that you offered, I imagine through past experience that we need to vote on each of those.
Yes, I mean, you can do them both at once if you want, but someone will have to offer that motion and then I'll be seconded and a vote on it.
That's fine.
Well, you can do, there's no single subject rule for municipal governments.
Okay.
And so we can do them both at once if you want to, or we can do them individually.
No.
Sometimes it helps to break them up so people know what they're voting on.
Whatever is the pleasure of the board, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve both the updates as written.
I'll second that.
We have a motion and a second to amend the ordinance as stated by Counselor. Madam Clerk, could we please have the roll call?
Discussion?
Oh, excuse me.
Sorry.
Discussion or additional amendments? Yes, Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Yes, I would like to make one additional amendment in 1430A that's on the screen in front of us, where it says, upon finding of a violation of the code, the town shall administratively issue notices. I would like to amend that to say the town may administratively issue notices. So that's my, I move that we amend by changing shall to may.
We have a motion to amend the amendment as stated by Trustee Browning. This is difficult for me. Do I have a motion?
So we need a second on that.
I need a second.
Oh, you made the motion, Trustee Browning. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Madam Clerk?
With just quick explanation. The reason for doing that is, the reason for this amendment is that if the town staff determines that there's been a violation, in many cases, in fact, most cases, I would expect they would sit down and try to discuss it with the alleged violator and try to get it cured. The way this read, if they saw that there's a violation, they shall, if it says shall, then they have to issue a notice of violation. I would hope that in many cases, you could take care of the violation without issuing a notice at all. So this would make it discretionary rather than mandatory.
Excellent suggestion. Still moving forward, we need to, if I'm not mistaken, Counselor, make a motion to amend the amendment.
I think we just have the motion in the second. So now we need to vote on the amendment to the amendment at this point.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
Oh, I thought.
We're voting for amendment.
I have it unmuted. Okay.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
So at this point, if I may, we're voting on the amendment as amended, unless there's any more discussion.
Is there any more discussion? Then we will vote on the amendment as amendment per Counselor's advice. Any further discussion?
No.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
And now we're voting on the ordinance 1084, Counselor?
That's correct, unless anyone has any additional amendments they'd like to make.
Are there any additional amendments?
I have one additional amendment.
Yes, sir.
And this would be in 1430B. I would like to amend 1430B by adding at the very first of that subparagraph, with Board of Trustees approval, comma, the town is authorized to initiate civil action.
I'll second that.
And quick
Yeah.
explanation.
Go ahead.
Even though the effect of these code enforcement amendments would be to move enforcement actions from Boulder County District Court to Lyons Municipal Court, still you'd be initiating a court action. There are a couple of reasons, I think, to require Board of Trustees approval to do that. One is a number of us, all of us really are trying to focus more on keeping track of legal expenses and limiting those as we can. And this would give the Board of Trustees say so about when an actual court action was filed. Secondly, I think it provides some additional possible due process for anyone who has been assessed a violation. They've been given a notice under the amendment that we just approved. And if they think there's some problem with what the town staff is doing, they argue that that an ordinance is being unfairly interpreted and they're not really in violation, or they want to bring to the board's attention mitigating circumstances and ask that a suit not be filed, whatever their complaint might be about what the town staff is doing. If the matter comes before the Board of Trustees to authorize the filing of the suit, that gives the alleged violator a chance to be heard. So I think it adds an element of due process for the alleged violator, and it also gives the board more control over legal expense. So that's the reason for that amendment.
So moving forward, we have a motion and a second to further amend Ordinance 1084 per Mayor Pro Tem Browning's language. Counselor, is that sufficient?
Yeah, I have included on the Word document now and highlight my synthesis of the language. And so now everyone can see it, and I don't have any issue with that, the change.
All right. Any further discussion? There's been a motion and a second. If no further discussion, I'll call for the vote.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The amendment passes unanimously. Are there any further amendments? Hearing no further amendments, is there a motion on the table to approve 1084 as amended?
Yes, sir, and a second.
I'll call for the, if there's no further discussion, is there any further discussion? I'll call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Carabas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
and Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Ordinance 1084 passes unanimously. Moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any requests to pull any resolutions from the consent agenda?
Because we're virtual, we need to read the items on consent.
All of them? Madam Clerk.
Okay, and my apologies, I must have had a different agenda. So the first item I had was Resolution 2020-95, which we've already covered. So number 2 would be Resolution 2020-96, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving additional compensation for the professional services agreement with Murray Smith Incorporated for contract engineering services. The next one is Resolution 2020-98, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the third amendment to the construction agreement with Roberts Excavation Corporation for the Lyons Valley River Park construction project. The next item is Resolution 2020-99, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the first amendment to the construction agreement with Kershey Construction Incorporated for the Public Works Facility Replacement Building Project. The next item is Resolution 2020-100, a resolution of the Town of Lyons, Colorado, approving the second amendment to the professional services agreement with Interwest for program management services for flood recovery construction. The next item is the June accounts payable, then the June 1st, 2020 regular Board of Trustees meeting minutes, and then the June 3rd, 2020 special Board of Trustees meeting minutes.
Are there any items that a trustee would wish to remove from the consent agenda?
Number 5, please, Mr. Mayor.
Since we're working off different agendas, could you tell us which resolution that is, please?
No, I'm just messing with you. Resolution 2020-100.
Okay. Any further requests? Trustee Wah?
I'd like to have discussion after we approve the consent agenda before we vote, please.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved. I'm just speeding things up.
Okay.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda with the exception of Resolution 2020-100. Madam Clerk, could you please read?
What discussion?
Oh, I'm sorry, Kenyon.
No
Go
problem.
ahead.
So this is in regard to item 1, resolution 2020-96. I'll just give you a little bit of background from my perspective, and if Administrator Simonson would like to address, what I outlined, that would be great. This is basically a contract that was signed last July 1st for a not to exceed $100,000 amount. During the contracting, it was extended to a 3-year contract, and we're voting on actually 2 things tonight. One is to provide $100,000 for the out years. But more surprisingly and alarming to me is an extra $100,000 for the first year of the contract. $74,000, which has already been spent. This was a not to exceed contract that if we read the amendment and we read the exhibit scope A in the provided documents, we knew within months of signing this agreement on July 1st that we were going to need more money. Town staff has subsequently spent $74,000 that has not been approved and that exceeds the $100,000 that was approved. $47,000 of that, it will be covered or reimbursed under flood, but the remainder has been spent without authorization in excess of this amount. We are being asked to vote on something 15 days before the contract expires, when we have known for almost 8.5 months that this was not allowed. On January 17th, we received an invoice from the company that put us at 99.6% of the not to exceed amount. However, we continued to contract for services. We continued to not ask the board for approval for these funds. And this is just unacceptable to me. I didn't pull it from the agenda because I understand that most of these actions need to occur, but we're basically asking for 100% increase in a not to exceed contract 15 days before it finishes when we've known for 8.5 months. This is outrageous and cannot be accepted. What if we decided not to vote for this tonight? What if we did take it off of the ballot and said, yeah, we're not going to do it? Then the town would have to default, and this would go to insurance, which would raise our premiums, which would put us in all kinds of other issues. I talked to Administrator Simonson about this at length earlier today, and I'm looking through a number of other amendments where staff has spent money without approval. And I understand that sometimes that's inconvenient, but we're not talking about 10% or 5% over the do not exceed amount. We're talking 74% over 4 months after we knew that we were going to exceed this contract. So this is outrageous. This is poor management and poor contract planning. And I will not tolerate it. And I will vote in the future against any funds that are spent without approval that exceed that amount, because this is ridiculous. So I just want to be clear, and I will be done there, and I'll let anybody else have a comment on it. But 74%, and we knew January 17th.
Madam Administrator, would you like to address that?
Sure. And also, Aaron Kaplan is still on the phone, who's overseeing this contract on our behalf as well. First of all, I do want to accept responsibility for not getting that contract renewed in January when it should have been. We had completed the first year of our contract with them, and there were 2 one-year renewal clauses in it. The board did authorize the appropriation for another $100,000 for 2020. So legally, I think we are okay. I know Trustee was, very upset about this, but it was appropriated to spend it for engineering services. We were under contract with full knowledge that we were going to renew it with this group. So yes, it should have been renewed much earlier. I agree. As he said, 47,000 of the overage is projects they bid on separately for flood recovery. So it's really not the on-call engineering services. That part of it is 24, is that right? 24,000 over the $100,000 number. So it's still 25% over, but it was appropriated. I do want to say that. And then of course, the board approves AP, and if there's a payment on there, technically it has been approved. And I agree, we need to improve transparency. I need to improve my contract management. And we need to be more accountable to making sure our contracts are getting renewed prior to their expiration. I think we're doing a good job with that in flood recovery because I have one person looking at all contracts. In the town side, I don't have that. So I need to take responsibility for that. But I understand this puts you in an uncomfortable position, unacceptable. And I will work harder moving forward. That's all I can say. But it has been appropriated. So it's not like we're spending money that wasn't planned for.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. Do you have anything to add, Director Kaplan, in regard to extenuating circumstances, perhaps?
But I was going to say I would accept the responsibility for part of that too, with me trying to come to an understanding. I had this ready a month, while a month ago wasn't that much. It's just over a number of months trying to understand first how the contract was done. We have different styles of contracts with Ramey Environmental, with Enline, with our other firms. So when I went to look at those, they were different. And so I've come back 2 or 3 times over the last couple of months with legal to try to understand exactly how we would make this amendment, in particular with the first contract not being done exactly properly with some changes in the wording. So there was definitely a learning curve on me with some of the initial contract and then trying to get that under into a proper format.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would just like to follow up and say that we need more detail on the accounts payable. I think that there's been some obfuscation as it relates to numbers in the past from personal experience with interactions with staff. So I don't know how finance can approve payments on contracts that are not to exceed. I just don't see how that can happen.
Thank you. Any further comments? We have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
The consent agenda passes unanimously. Trustee Caravas, you pulled our resolution 2020-100.
Yes. Let's see. You can share on all those different projects, mainly Apple Valley Water Line and the Emergency Advanced Warning System. Trustee Waugh set the tone for this. Apple Valley water line, we have engineers, we put a bid contract out. Davis-Bacon Section 3 requirements, what was the problem or what was missed? Staff? Because Davis-Bacon's been around for quite a while, so anybody bidding a project knows they got a bid with those requirements. And this is what bit us in the ass and still is with the wastewater treatment plant is Davis-Bacon, or so we've been told. So as to get then the emergency advanced warning system, anytime you put a pole in the ground, you put something on it, there's a wind load. How we missed that or who missed that in the bid process, these two issues to me, unless staff can convince me otherwise, are the contractor's problem because they either missed it in their bid, and that's why they have contingencies built in and have insurance to cover those errors. If our engineers missed it, that's their cost. That's why they have insurance and contingencies built into their costs. And the construction manager, he's probably okay with it. But as the previous board members I've served with and Victoria's Administrator Simonson knows, dealing with the contractors and the problems we had with all the errors that cost us out of our pockets too much money on Laverne Johnson Park when it was engineered flat out wrong, and we had to pay, the taxpayers had to pay an engineer coming up 3 inches short from one end of a concrete pad to another and buy special stone. This is the same thing. This is not on us. And I see, I moved it where the money's coming from. I'm just kind of curious why this is coming to us to have to pay for on those two.
Administrator Simonson, would you like
Well,
to?
I have Tracy on vacation today, but all I can really do is what I remember from our project meetings and her memos. I do know the emergency advance warning system. They did plan to have it on a traditional pole. And then once our building was built out there, that if we keep it at 35 feet, the siren's going to go right in the side of the building and not clear the area. And so we had to, we're going to be looking for a variance to go to 45 feet on that. That's going to be coming to the board soon, I believe at our next meeting. And so wind load calculations, this is similar to what happened with that fence. We started this project with one wind load and then we updated the code in the middle and now there's a new wind load. And so that's what I know about that one. We don't have to do the variance. They don't have to increase the price. We can leave it at 35 feet. If we do that, it's probably going to shake our building and won't be able to be heard by anybody west of us. But that is an option. And again, I guess.
You go back to that project. But our building was being built, and our plans for our building were way ahead of this project, if I recall correctly. Or am I asked backwards on that?
Yeah, probably. They could have been. Is Paul still on the line? He's working on this project for us. Paul, are you able to respond to that at all in talking with Philip? Thank you.
Sure. No, the building was built prior to, or it was approved and constructed prior to the need for this pole. That's correct.
So do you know why it wasn't caught?
The contractor should have known that the buildings could be in the way of the siren. So we kind of.
What's the question?
We should have definitely known that then. Okay.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The question is why did we not know that the pole needed to be taller till just recently? It looks like Director Cosgrove might know that answer.
Yeah, I can speak to that. They still have not determined the exact location for the pole out there. Are thinking that it's going to go on the east side of the building. And well, actually, they know now that it will go on the east side of the building, but they don't know the exact location on the east side. But until recently, they did not know, other than the fact that it was going to go on the eastern corridor somewhere on that property, its exact location.
Okay. Thank you very much on that. That
How
helps.
about the other item, Dave? Can you help us with that one?
The other item being
The Davis Bacon engineering issues.
I am not certain on that one.
I see one.
So, if I may, the typical poll does not have a review in our code for wind loading.
We moved on to Apple Valley.
Sorry, what was that?
We moved on to Apple Valley.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
That's good.
I do know that they had significant trouble getting Davis Bacon submitted correctly, to the point that our project manager hired by Interwest had to literally go down to their facility to do it with them.
When you say them, who's them?
Interwest. They had to go down and do it with Iron Woman on Apple Valley.
Well, that's not our cost. That's their
Iron
cost.
Woman is construction. It should have been their cost. I mean, I agree. When they aren't able to do it themselves, it's a problem. But it also, if they don't do it right, we won't get reimbursed either.
Where's the reimbursement for this one coming from? FEMA and CBDGR?
Apple Valley water line is part of it is FEMA, part of it's DR.
Okay. So we had to hire our own engineer to go do the contractor's work, because we get paid the full amount of federal taxpayers' monies.
Mm-hmm.
I still don't see that. I think the Iron Woman needs to, they need to cover, that's on them. I'll move to pass this minus the money's being spent, or I'll just maybe move to not to pass it and the rest of you can pass it. But I don't think we've dealt with this. I know you and I have with Tracy over and over with our previous attorneys, with Laverne Johnson Park and all those errors. And we did save about 100,000 or so. Then others was going to cost us too much to go after, as we were told by our attorney at the time, for all the errors. This is on the contractor. I mean, I come from that business. My screw up is my screw up. I got to pay for it. And the best people to do business with as a contractor these days, the last 25 years, is us. Look in the mirror. Government people. Because we're blind to this, and you just pay it. It's just not right to the taxpayers. We're the taxpayers. So are our citizens, and I don't think that's right. Do we have a breakdown of costs on the Apple Valley Water line, how much that's cost us?
I don't know if I have that here.
Yeah, I don't think it's in the packet. $38,000 is the whole deal, I believe.
Trustee Kaplan, do you have more information?
I was going to say,
us?
I think I just found it, was trying to follow up a little more on it. And that I think a lot of it should really be worded more because of the construction delays, and that other people had to come in to get work done. And from what I can remember, then that's where you start to get into issues with Davis Bacon. Because, right, and it may be on a contractor, but you have a contractor getting a subcontractor, and then our engineer is trying to get that third level down to get the Davis Bacon Act requirements as a part. I don't know how much of it was that. Then there is the fact that we had to extend that just to do the paving into the warmer weather. So we had to bring people back. I know there's also some concerns, and in a lot of projects probably, where we're not seeing the full end project. Maybe we need to do better on that, but this didn't have great input for the shoulder work that needed to be done. So we needed to do something for those who've been out there to try to get some of that shoulder work done. We're going to need to probably do some more on our own, but that also comes to some of the retaining wall falling. But that added into some of that additional funds too, because that wasn't anticipated in the beginning. So there were a number of things in this extended portion of the contract that we had to keep going back and getting more done.
Okay. Thank you for the explanation.
Any further discussion on resolution 2020-100? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 2020-100.
Reluctantly so moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve resolution 2020-100. Any further discussion? Call for the vote, Madam Clerk.
Mayor Angelo,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning,
Aye.
Trustee Caravas,
Aye.
Trustee Lowell,
Aye.
Trustee Miller,
Yay.
Trustee Waugh,
Aye.
Trustee Rogan.
Aye.
Resolution 2020-100 passes unanimously. General business. Discussion and direction to staff on overlay district for businesses on the 100 block of Main Street.
Actually, I think that should say the 100 and 200 block of Main Street both, but it's mentioned in the memo. This is really, we're looking for some direction to either the Planning Commission or to the staff on an issue that was brought forward with the previous board. Specifically at the time, it was to address some noise issues with Lion's Den. Since that time, others have realized that there's 3 or 4 more businesses on the 100 and 200 block that could have outdoor entertainment as well. Currently, they don't, but they could. So the previous board, I shouldn't say the whole board, apparently Mayor Sullivan was working with the Lion's Den on a potential for an overlay district to sit over their business that would allow a standard to allow for entertainment outside. And the owners of that business, as you saw in the board packet, had put together some guidelines they thought could be a starting point. At the same time, the previous board also said, is really an overlay district the way to do this, or is it the noise ordinance? If we had a noise ordinance, could that address the same issues without an overlay? So basically, they are requesting what happened with this. And so I'm bringing it back to this board to say, how do you want to direct either staff or the Planning Commission to take up this issue or not? And I believe a couple trustees have some input as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Trustee Caravas.
Victoria, my notes indicate that as former Mayor Sullivan was doing that, I had mentioned and I brought it up, and I thought the majority of the board agreed at that time that we would extend it from 2nd Avenue, maybe even 3rd Avenue, all the way down to the quilt shop, so the 100, 200 block, I believe, or even possibly larger, that would go to the PCDC with an entire one big overlay for that area, knowing that area someday will be redeveloped, buildings torn down, rebuilt, maybe not retail, maybe more bar restaurant, because homes sit above quilt shop all the way down to 3rd Avenue, where homes sit behind the barbecue place in Mojo's. So we discussed that, and I could have sworn my notes indicate that previous board said we were going to send it to the PCD, or the staff was going to send it to PCDC and have them come up with something for that whole block. Am I incorrect in that?
I don't know. I see Trustee Miller shaking her head, and then I think Mayor Pro Tem Browning might have another understanding.
My recollection is that we talked in passing about one way to deal with this might be an overlay district. but that the prior board itself never got into specifics about, because to do that, you have to get into days and hours of operation. We also, in passing, talked about dealing with the noise ordinance that has, our existing noise ordinance. So let's just say it has problems. It's not very comprehensive. And so this was kind of something that got talked about in passing, but never really board direction or detailed discussion. We didn't get, I don't think we ever actually formally sent it to the PCDC for working on it. They worked on the overlay district downtown and revising it for a long, long time. We discussed it multiple times, and then we discussed it half a dozen times at the board level before we finally finalized it too. It's noise ordinances. The basic problem we have here is residents around at least one business now, and others, if they do similar outdoor events in the future, are complaining about the noise. But we want to, if we're going to do an overlay district, we're dealing with not the noise per se, we're dealing with hours and days of operation. If that's the way we want to go, then we can direct the PCDC to work on another overlay district. If it's going to be a noise ordinance, that I think probably lends itself more toward board consideration and town attorney consideration, because those things are tough, but so are overlay districts. So if overlay district is the direction the board wants to head, I think it needs to go to the PCDC first before we look at it. That's what we've done in the past.
Further discussion? Trustee Miller.
I recall having a fairly extensive conversation also about overlay district versus noise ordinance, and kind of deciding that the overlay district was probably the way to go because of the decibel level readings being so arbitrary, and not because of the noise, road noise, not being very accurate. I think it's fairly easy to create an overlay district for the rest of the main street, since we already have the overlay district up above to second, or to third, actually it goes to third, to just pull it down. Now there's 3 different levels of overlay, right? 3 different tiers, so to speak. It's a matter of really deciding what tier we should have them in for that neighborhood in particular, or those neighbors. That area really is a kind of a natural amphitheater, so we have to keep that in mind. I've had extensive conversation with the owners of that place, and they certainly are willing to work within the hours of an overlay district, and to play live music on their patio. With the COVID thing, I think it's even more important for the outdoor, for the places that have outdoor patios along there to be able to do so, to have outdoor music because of the social distancing factor. It allows them more space, and it also, creates a level of entertainment for the guests, and hopefully draws them some more people in safely. But I mean, I'm fine with having this PCDC take a look at it. But I mean, we do have a fairly solid overlay district already. I wonder if the overlay district on High Street might be more of the way to go. I think if I remember correctly, the more restrictive overlay, part of the overlay district is on High Street and right there on 3rd Avenue and Main. So, you know, that would be kind of the way to just pull the rest of it down. I don't know. That's my opinion. And that's what I recall also is the conversation from the last board.
Trustee Watt?
I can say that a noise ordinance is not the way to go, and I find it ironic that this business owner is asking for accommodations as it relates to sound and noise ordinances. However, with that being said, I'm in strong favor of an overlay district. I believe that from correspondence that I've received from several residents in the last couple of days, there have been issues already. So we need to address this quickly. I agree with Trustee Miller that some music would be appropriate. Some point in the last 6 years, I became old and all live music is too loud for me. So I'll just admit that right now. But personally, it is a lot different. And Trustee Miller's recommendations of making it more like 3rd and 4th are apropos. For the 400 and 500 block, there's at least a road and another set of businesses before there's residences. For the 100 and 200 block, there are literally houses and residents that live 50 feet from those locations, and their needs need to be considered. Non-amplified music could be an alternative. I know other businesses in town that have those restrictions, so I'll just put that out there as well. So I think an overlay district is the way to go.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Trustee Rogan?
I'd be willing to look at an overlay district. I want us to keep in mind though, and I'm not quite sure I understand what actually the problem we're trying to solve is. Like if the problem we're trying to solve is how do we help our businesses get more business in the era of COVID, okay. But are we trying to give a pass to the Lions Den? I don't really understand. And I would also I thought what Trustee Miller said about that being a natural amphitheater was really interesting. And this is a town full of sound engineers, right? There has to be a way to help that the Lions Den can mitigate this amphitheater because it's crazy. You know, what somebody can hear a block away can be much quieter than what somebody's hearing 5 blocks away coming from there. So at some point, they, I think, have to take some responsibility to figure out how to help mitigate that sound if that's what the problem actually is.
Trustee Lowell? No? Okay. So, what is the pleasure of the board? I mean, do we send it to the PCDC?
I say yes.
Pro Tem Browning?
I think they at least need to look at it. If I recall right, and I haven't gone back and looked at everything, but I think that the more restrictive, I think we changed an overlay district with 3 different areas into an overlay district with 2 different areas. And the more permissive area is on Main Street itself because they're in like the 400 and 500 blocks because there aren't residences nearby. In the area on High Street, there are closer residences, but we also made some specific changes in days and hours of operation because of the school being nearby to High Street, so that the more restrictive area, overlay district area that we have along High Street was specifically done with the school in mind, which may be less of a factor for this. So I'm not sure that that district's going to work without changes for this new area. So I think the PCDC at least needs to look at it and see, maybe they can use that as a starting point. But I think we did some differences between days of operation based on whether it was in the school year or not for that area that aren't really relevant to this, I don't think. So I think it needs some attention.
Other trustees' opinions? Trustee Miller?
I would tend to disagree with Trustee Browning, Mayor Pro Tem Browning, just a little bit on that last comment, because I believe that we definitely did change the hours on the more restrictive one to be, it was during the summertime they could have more music. I believe it was Tuesday through Sunday or something. There was just a day or two. Yeah, I can't remember for sure, but I think that same time frame for them would be just about right, because that's their busy season, and that's when they want to have, I think that's when everybody would want to have the music out on the patio, is it during the warm season, so to me, it seems like it would still work. I'm all for, like I said, I'm all for sending it to the PCDC. I do think that they should take a look at it first, just to make sure, we're not missing anything. Obviously, we can't pass anything tonight anyway, because we have no ordinance in front of us. But I do think that same one would work if I remember right. We had so much discussion about this before. So, yeah.
Any other discussion in regard to sending it to the PCDC? In favor? Trustee Waugh agrees. Trustee Caravas agrees. Trustee Lowell agrees. It's the consensus of the Board of Trustees to send this issue to the PCDC, Madam Administrator. Oh boy. Discussion and direction on how to run more efficient meetings. Okay. Do we want to go through this tonight?
How efficient will we be?
Pardon me?
How efficient will we be?
Depends. Depends.
Push.
I mean, we could read them off one at a time if you want.
No, that's just the staff list to spur discussion. It's certainly not our recommendation by any means. That's up to you guys if there's other items you want to discuss. It was actually Trustee Waugh who brought it up.
I'd like to say, first of all, great recommendations from staff. I agree with them completely. One of the things that I would like to have stop happening is having staff read us their PowerPoint presentations. They can give us the overview and they can give us the conclusion and the recommendation. And I'm going to assume that my fellow board members have all taken the opportunity to avail themselves of the great information that's been available for at least 48 hours prior to the meeting. I think right there, we'd cut an hour and a half out of every meeting. So, all the other things that are listed here, I think are great, and I'm in full support. And especially the breaks. I think Mayor Angelo offered a break earlier tonight. We decided to push through, but the opportunity to occasionally have a break for 10 or 15 minutes does a world of good.
Trustee Rogan.
I concur entirely with Trustee Waugh. I appreciate having this on the agenda tonight, and I would add that I would like to see staff presentations take no more than 5 minutes. I think that if, as Trustee Waugh said, we've all read the packets, I think 5 minutes is a good amount of time to go through the highlights. And if there's more discussion, then we can have it after that.
I agree with Trustees Waugh and Rogan. I spent 35 years or 30 years watching people read their PowerPoint presentations. I can read them. I get them in advance. So yes, I agree. Just summarize for it, and we'll question you if we have questions on the details.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I'm going along with my other trustees on this. I read the packets carefully. I sometimes ask questions of the staff if there's time to do it. What we need from staff presentations on these reports is the CNN headline news version of things, not the Atlantic 10-page in-depth investigative piece. Just give us that, and we've read the packets and assume that if we have questions that we think are particularly relevant, we'll ask them.
Other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Trustee Caravas.
Well, I agree with my fellow trustees, Mayor Pro Tem. Some of that, though, is also for the general public. They don't have access to what comes out in an email Sunday night or Monday to us. So if for whatever reason that there's emergencies going on and the administrator can't get her report into the packet, well, she's going to need to read through the report. Everyone's going to need to look at it because it's the public that we're here serving. And the finance report, the graphs that finance director indicates to us, the staff or the townspeople don't get a chance to see that. This is their first opportunity to see it. So going through it, because we're here serving them, and it's their obligation. If they choose not to see it, come to the meetings, that's on them. But if it is in the report when the packets come out Thursday, Friday, no, I agree totally. But for some reason it's delayed and can't get in there, it comes out in an email, it needs to be gone through so the general public can see it too and has time to look at it and send us an email while we're meeting or a text. And most of the stuff that's already on this list that the staff put together, the previous boards I've been have already done it. Usually come around 10:30, we go about 10 o'clock. I think it was, we go for a 5-minute bathroom break, water break, whatever. So some of that's already on there. Pretty much we've been doing it, or at least the previous boards have been doing most of it anyway.
The only thing I would have a problem with, and this discussion just proved it, is I appreciate every trustee's input. And I would request it of every trustee. So I don't mind any of the other items, but it's very difficult for me to assume that a consensus is implied by silence. I would prefer to have trustees express themselves, and on that issue, I'm with Trustee Caravas in regard to that the public's entitled to know what their trustees feel about each issue. So, I mean, I don't mind. I don't mind streamlining meetings as much as possible. Mayor Pro Tem, Administrator Simonson, and myself, if you can believe it, actually cut probably an hour or an hour and 15 minutes off of this meeting, to be perfectly honest with you. But the administrator said, these are suggestions and we can discuss them further if we like. Is there any further discussion? Trustee Rogan. Trustee Rogan.
Sorry. I would actually like to implement these at the next meeting. And I take your point, Mayor Angelo, about having a fulsome discussion with trustees, but is that something we can decide to do now, or do we have to have more discussion about this in order to streamline the meetings?
I would support Trustee Rogan on that. Implementing.
Counselor, what would that take to change the procedure of meetings?
None of these are written anywhere as requirements of the board. These are simply best practices, if you will, that can be implemented by consensus. There's no motion or resolution or anything requiring any of this.
Well, does that mean that we can implement all of these now?
You can implement them right now upon the consensus of the board. So if you'd like to formalize them in resolution, we could do that too, but that's not the way they're currently done, nor are they required. These are just how the board conducts itself. That's it.
So I'd like to just say that I think we should implement all of them except for number 8 for the reasons that Mayor Angelo described. I think the public And to what Trustee Caravas said, I think the public and our citizens need to know how trustees feel and why they're voting the ways they do. So that is an important part of the meeting. And former Trustee Waugh convinced me of that earlier today.
I bet you did. So what is the pleasure of the board? Trustee Miller? Trustee Miller?
I would just like to say that if I don't say anything, it's because one of the other trustees have already said it and I don't feel the need to repeat it. So if I don't say anything, you can just assume that I agree with what's being said.
Thank you. Any other comments? Well, it's been suggested that we approve these streamlining efficiencies. It's also been suggested that we delete number 8. So how would the board like to proceed? Trustee Rogan, are you in agreement with deleting number 8 and approving all the others? Trustee Waugh? Trustee Miller? No. Trustee Caravas?
I'm fine with that.
Mayor Pro Tem Browning?
I'm okay with proceeding with all, deleting number 8. There are a couple of these that say consider time limits on particular things. I think we should consider those, but I don't think we need to dictate at this point what those time limits are. That's just something we need to look at in the future. Should we limit trustee reports to 5 to 10 minutes each? We can talk about that later, but this is just kind of like a concept now. So with that understanding, I'm in favor of this except for number 8.
Trustee Lowe?
Yes, I'm good with it.
Okay. So that's it. Those are new efficiency measures that we're going to abide by, hopefully. Hopefully. Thank you. Number 7-3, discussion direction to staff when town administrator believes staff is being inappropriately directed by any member of Board of Trustees. Madam Administrator? Trustee Brown?
Actually, it was Mayor Pro Tem Browning who requested
Mayor
this.
Pro Tem Browning.
In light of item number 10 that we just all agreed we should implement, that at a set time trustees consider tabling remaining items or continuing meeting, I'd like to immediately implement that and apply it to this last item in tonight's agenda, partly because I think this is an important item. I'm hoping that this item will prompt a lot of board discussion. To begin this item at 11:05 p.m. is probably not conducive to a lot of board discussion. So I would, even though I do think it's important, I would move to continue this item until our next meeting, which I believe is July the 6th.
Any further discussion? Do we have to vote on that, Counselor?
There's no official board action.
Okay.
It's just a discussion. So I think that's the consensus of the board is to move it to that date, and that's fine.
Move to a time certain, Madam Clerk. Discussion for future agenda items. Trustee Rogan.
Yeah, I would like to see on the agenda a code enforcement report. I'm not sure how to ask for this, but a report about code enforcement calls and how they've been resolved, specifically when it comes to trash bins. I want to keep track of this bear problem. And then I also would like to discuss, and I'm not sure whether this is an agenda item either, the status of staff finding PPE to distribute to businesses. Sounds like something the CARES Act funding could pay for. I didn't find it very difficult to just go and buy 200 masks on my own for 75 cents a piece. I'd be happy to share that information, but I'd like to know what the status of that is. That's it.
I can tell you that the day after you distributed those masks, every single person at the dairy bar was wearing one. It was fascinating. It was really very successful.
So let's get him more. Let's get him like to everybody.
Exactly.
It's not that hard.
Yeah, they don't need to run out, because if they run out, then, you know, we're not going to be solving the problem. Any other discussion on future agenda items?
Yeah, I have one.
Trustee Wong.
I'm just seeing that on Wednesday, the governor is going to announce that outdoor events of up to 500 people can occur. So I'd like to revisit the opportunity to have the concerts in town.
That's
But
excellent.
That's statewide though. Boulder County just took that away from us.
They took it away. Okay,
Yes.
fair enough.
Just because of our bump in cases?
Correct. That's what Victoria reported on earlier.
I'll be happy to report on our plans for our Thursday concerts, give an update on that, if that's what you're referring to.
Do you want to do that now?
No, because it's changing right now by the hour.
The only thing I'd like to discuss on future agenda items, and I'll make it short, is I would like an official statement by the Board of Trustees in regard to Chief Hoffman's resignation, because I continue, even today, to get requests for a board position. Then the other thing I would like to discuss with the board is the possibility of financing an interventionist in an educative process, looking the lion in the eye and discussing racism in America in 2020. I've spent a lot of time on this, finding somebody who I think could be very effective. She's a professional, she's extremely talented, and she's $250 an hour. So, like I said, if the board doesn't feel that they want to finance this pursuit of knowledge and education and the capability of addressing the issue, which I need to do personally, then that's fine. Because I will do it, regardless of whether the board finances it. So I would like that on the agenda, and I don't want to push the envelope too much on this, but I also don't want to wait until July 6th. You know, I was put in a very defensive position by Representative Singer when I felt that I was handling it as well as I could. So I would prefer to have the board agree to the soonest special meeting to decide this. So, I mean, I can call a special meeting, but I would like a consensus of the Board of Trustees on how quickly they would like to address this issue.
Mayor Angelo?
Yes.
I don't believe it is the purpose of the Lions Board of Trustees to make a statement about another board's decision-making process. And the only person who knows all of the information we would need to make any kind of a statement is JJ Hoffman, and he's not talking. It's not, no matter how we feel about it, it's not our purview. And I agree with you. We need to take a look at cleaning our own house. And to those ends, like you said, Mayor, it is incredibly personal work. It can be painful work. I don't think we should spend town funds to hire a consultant to do it. We could get community spaces or wide spaces to facilitate reading groups. We can join the Government Alliance on Racial Equity as a town. There's webinar information sessions about that all the time. But, you know, sensitivity training didn't work in the 80s and 90s for a reason. And if it had worked, we wouldn't be where we are now. So that's what I have to say about that.
Well, I mean, that's fine.
I agree 100%.
That's fine. Trustee Lowell?
I'll just reiterate that at that special meeting, we had 55 people sitting there waiting for us to make a statement of support. We didn't address it. Those same people, we're still getting emails from them. I am, I'm sure you are too. Yes, Trustee Rogan is right. It's really not our purview. We don't have all the details, but just let's remember, even though it's a separate fire district, it's still part of our community. As to your suggestion about the facilitator, Mariangelo, I'm on the fence on this because I feel that what you're going to get is basically a preaching to the choir exercise. That distinct minority in the community who may feel different about the issue, they're not going to show up. It's going to be a lot of self-congratulatory patting on the back. I'm not sure if it's going to have a real effect.
Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem Browning.
I also agree that it is not the purview of this board to admonish, I think that was the word used earlier, another board for actions that they have taken. I think that the degree of interest in the special meeting that was called on very short notice last week was fueled by social media, that was in turn fueled by a misunderstanding that in some respect the town of Lyons had a role to play in that process. Representative Singer erroneously put that in some postings that he made. Other people don't seem to be able to distinguish between the board of the Lyons Fire District that represents an area far greater than the town of Lyons city limits, and has already made its decision, in fact, 2 decisions, to initially reprimand Chief Hoffman and secondly to accept his resignation. And for us after the fact to express basically an advisory opinion on that, I just put myself in the position of the town of Lyons having an issue like this, and then having the fire district board or the library district board or the school district board telling us what they thought pro or con about an action that we had taken after deliberating about it. I wouldn't appreciate that, Monday morning quarterbacking. I don't think this is something the Lyons town board should take up. And I think that reemphasizes the point that a lot of people didn't understand, which is this is not our responsibility. We all, I think, are in agreement that about the initial mistake. Nobody, that's not even in question. But this is not something the Lyons Town Board needs to take up. And I am also not in favor of the town funding that type of a gathering. So I agree on both of those points.
Any other comments? So I will reiterate to the press my interpretation of what was stated by the board tonight as our official position. And I will move ahead with the help of people in the town that have expressed interest in addressing the issue, that perhaps don't have funds, but I think it's important. I really think it's important. And I hope that I'm not denied that privilege as a private citizen.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Just a minute ago, you said you're going to call on every board member. We heard from 3. That's not the majority. We heard from 3 on one side. So how about everybody else?
Well, I asked everybody if there were any additional comments and nobody stepped forward. Trustee Waugh?
I agree with what's been said. I believe that the fire board had a decision to accept JJ's resignation. He made that decision after initially saying that that was not his decision. He has a lot of things that he needs to consider, and so does that board. He made his decision, the board made their decision. I think it's a very unfortunate thing. I am very disappointed with Representative Singer. And I feel like he perpetuated the problem of social media by just forwarding things without checking references and so forth. And I'm more concerned by his behavior as someone who I thought was an advocate of this town. I see this as a political move and just something that he perpetuated the downfalls that Trustee Lowell said about social media earlier today, or maybe it was Trustee or Mayor Pro Tem Browning, I don't recall, but that's my feeling.
Trustee Caravas?
I'll concur with the rest of my mates on the board.
So now it is a unanimous decision of the Board of Trustees that if I'm asked by the press, that I will reiterate their position. Trustee Miller.
I have one thing to add. I do think that if you want to have any sort of education surrounding this, you should have a social media messes up the entire world class, because that's what the problem is social media. More than anything else, it's the division that's happening is from social media alone. So if you want to have a workshop on on race, you should have a workshop on social media and how you can sit behind a keyboard and be super hateful, and consequences do occur with that.
And social media isn't killing people week after week after week. So my discussion is going to be on race and Black Lives Matter and systemic racism. And the person I'm going to hire is going to have the capability to open some eyes, because I think she's extremely talented, and basically she's fire and brimstone. And perhaps, Trustee Lowell, it won't be a matter of preaching to the choir. Okay. I think action items.
All right, here's what I caught. There was a request to look into the curbside limb pickup that needs to occur. A request for the 2nd Avenue Bridge art, Tank Hill art, and a possibility of funding sources for residents for bear-proof trash bins.
Anything else, Madam Administrator?
I have some things from audience business. I need to talk with Mrs. Laverne about her history program. Follow up on Mr. Shower's concern with code enforcement. And then talk with Deputy Christ about extra duty officers, specifically for Laverne Johnson. Also follow up on another concern about the loud music. Trustee Rogan, I need some information on location and name, if you can send me that so we can follow up on that.
You got it.
And then following up on providing PPE to businesses that still are in need. I have a bunch this time. Overview of the role of the Board of Trustees and Planning Commission in the comp plan, and maybe putting together some workshop time on that. An update on the concerts. Trustees Rogan and Wah following up on their business survey. Appointment of Mike Donahoe, we'll get a letter out to him. More bear education.
I've communicated with him.
Okay. Well, we always send a formal letter so they know their term and all of that, but we'll take care of that.
Yeah.
And then updates on these reports we just talked about most recently in regard to code enforcement report and PPE report.
And then I have two items for me. One was the red line for the development plan agreement that we talked about in workshop. That has already been sent out to the trustees, so you should have that now. And then two, a follow up from the last meetings, we need an ordinance changing the code to make it clear that limb pickup and cleanup days are not part of the prohibition on single hauler trash. It's been writing a lot of ordinances recently, so I haven't got to that one yet, but that'll be coming to a future agenda.
Thank you.
What?
Mayor Pro Tem?
One more, and that is to coordinate a future presentation with the UEB on solar issues, along with the SFC program that was originally on the agenda tonight. That both of those be coordinated at some point.
That it? I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
The meeting is adjourned.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.